Excuse me. Hello. Welcome to the Adventure Corner.
What just happened?
I don't know. Like I just took a drink of water and like there was a little bit of water in my mouth still, and like I realized as I was pressing the button that I kind of needed to swallow. And then I was also trying to say hello, and yeah. Hi. How's everybody doing? Thank you for all the sounds. Culinary Disaster 6-7, great to see you both. Culinary, thank you for sharing all the new emotes. Oh, geez. I did it again. My iPad sound was slightly on. So, new emotes. We have, most importantly, the little sweetie emote. This, of course, is taken from the color model of the little sweetie that came out later. And of course, as we all know, while it was a very nice device, unfortunately, due to its higher price and increasing consumer demands, it was a commercial failure and ultimately led to the cancellation of the Sweetie line. But we're glad to commemorate it in this lovely emote. We also have Agent Scully emote. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Unsecret Crush, for, 17 months.
Yep.
That's so long. Mm-hmm. Has it really been that long?
It has.
Sounds made up. And then, of course, we have a little bit revised version of this little demon guy from Uninvited. I added that about a week ago, but it was very tiny because I wanted to get the whole little guy in, and it was just too small. So basically, I made him twice the size and cropped him a little bit. I wish you could see the whole little guy, but I think this is better overall. Its legacy is carried on by the open source emulation project Diabetes. Hello, Xenolon. Good to see you. How's everyone doing? In a great mood because it finally feels like the first day of spring. Ooh, exciting. I'm glad to hear that. It's definitely been warmer here. It's kind of been up and down. I am enjoying that it's warmer today. It's at times has been a little bit too warm. Also, we tried to open the windows for a while, and then we both had allergy problems because of that, like worse than normal. So then we closed the windows and turned the air conditioning on. And I mean, that's just this time of year, I guess. But Xenolon, I've been meaning to get in touch with you. I would love to have you test out a version of the game before it's completely finalized, if you're still up for doing that. And I was wondering, what is the best way to get you a copy of the game? Like, I could put it in a Stuff It 4 file. I frequently use a .dsk format with Mini VMAC, but I don't know if that's a format that would be usable to you at all. It's basically like a disk image kind of format. But if you have any thoughts on that, please let me know. I would love to have you just kind of try the game so far and let me know if anything runs poorly or if you just kind of have any general feedback about anything. But if you don't have time to do that or whatever, don't worry about it at all. I'm sure we could track down someone else to help out with that. But it'd be cool to get a little bit of feedback at some point, and then we can, hopefully make any adjustments that seem necessary before we wrap it up. Email me at my handle at gmail.com. Okay, great. Thank you. Did I miss anyone? Okay. So, Little Sweetie. We have a lot more to do with the Little Sweetie itself. We also have a lot of other things in general to do in the game. I've been trying to figure out what to work on today, and I have not made a decision. So we'll just kind of wing it and do whatever seems interesting. Let's see. Let's talk about some of the other things we have to do. Oh, perhaps most importantly, let me switch to this so you can appreciate the little sweetie logo as I talk about it. This logo is great, and it occurred to me that, one moment, we have this lovely little credit screen, right? But this text could be so much better, as we have now seen with the little sweetie logo. So I think we should redo this text in little sweetie style. So that's something we could maybe work on. One thing I feel like we maybe don't have to figure this out today, but we're getting close. We need to figure out a name for our character, or at least some way to refer to them in an email. I suppose also we need to decide who these emails are from, but maybe that we'll save for next week. I already have some ideas about the contents of the emails, and I kind of want to type out my own take on that before we start putting that into the game. So today we'll focus more on the UI than the actual contents of the emails. But like I said, at some point soon, I think we need to figure out who our character is, and that will also kind of shape the story a little bit, at least. So if you have any thoughts on that, so roughly speaking, basically the information we have about our character so far, they're starting out the game at this bus stop in Purgatory. They don't necessarily know that they're in Purgatory. I think I would say for sure that they don't initially. And certainly we're not making that explicitly clear to the player. But obviously they have died, and kind of overall, this game is about them coming to terms with that and accepting it. My thoughts on the emails is that they're basically going to be messages from a loved one, someone important in their life, that they, maybe didn't have a chance to really say goodbye to, and have some regrets there or something like that. And then eventually, through reading the emails and, various things in the game, they start to accept what has happened to them, at least. And then kind of the other thing we've established about our character is that they used to own a little sweetie. Which perhaps notably is very much a device that was marketed towards girls for using for email. That doesn't necessarily mean anything about our character, but it's a thing to consider. We also talked about putting in a help screen. I did write up a little bit of text for that, which is something we could put in, although that's probably something that's not interesting enough to do on stream. I'm trying to, because we're on our 7th stream of this now, I don't want this to go on forever. I do want it to go on for. I honestly, I would like to do regular game development streams, because this is a good way to make me not put off a thing I enjoy doing. But also I want to do more game streams that aren't just my Spooky Tuesday streams. I have lots of other games I'd love to play on stream, so it's all very complicated. But yeah, I think this game in particular, I should try to do a little bit more off stream and try to focus more on interesting things on stream. One big thing we still have to add is the Electrolyptus book. So that's something we could start on. We have to make lots of little bits of art for that. Hello, Val. Good to see you. we have... I'm just kind of looking through my notes here. All right, we have the whole puzzle around the lock screen code, which I looked up. All I could remember about Fry's pin in Futurama was that it ended in 7. So I looked it up, and of course, as we all know, it's the price of a cheese pizza and a large soda at Panucci's Pizza. But it is 1077.
I thought it was 10 something.
Okay. I am a little bit tempted to make our little sweetie pin 1077.
My only other vote, aside from the Panucci's Pizza combo price, might be something like that one number that shows up in every immersive sim.
Oh, 451?
Yeah, except, like, I'm not as attached to that particular reference just because I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I have no affection for that as a reference.
Same. Like, that's the kind of thing where I kind of appreciate it when I see it. Like, it's, that's funny. It's that number everybody uses. But yeah, I don't have any particular attachment to it. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to putting it in if other people thought we should. But for me personally, 1077 is a funnier reference. What else? So we also have the puzzle around that, which we need to figure out what our bus schedule looks like. And then we're going to have some kind of overlay thing that goes on top of it that kind of shows you what numbers on the bus schedule are the numbers of the pin. My thought has been that we will find that overlay in a vase inside the foyer of the house. Just because that's kind of the only where I could think of to put it. I'm trying to avoid the temptation to add another screen just to put an item, especially if we already have a screen that, doesn't really have an item or something to do in it. And the foyer definitely seems to fit that bill. What else? Oh, yeah, we also have the room behind the secret bookcase passage, which will also have a person in it. So that could be a fun thing to work on. Also, I have to say, someone, I can't remember who mentioned the Phalanx game cover, which is not a thing I was previously very familiar with. But I looked it up, and I've had it open in my browser since then. And I do kind of love, like, it's this guy. He's sitting in a probably rocking chair.
Oh, that's 100% got to be a rocking chair.
And he's got, like, red and black plaid shirt on and some overalls. And
a great big bushy beard.
Yeah, exactly. White bushy beard, kind of a tan hat. And he's playing a banjo. I don't think our person would be playing a banjo. Like, I don't want to do it exactly like this art, but I do kind of like the vibe of this guy, and I feel like maybe this is kind of the vibe we want, but again, open to suggestions. Playing the banjo with starships in the background. Are there starships?
I mean,
I know nothing about this game. Yeah, I think, oh, come on. Yeah, there's like a fairly large starship above the logo that I didn't really recognize.
Is this the earliest example of banjos in space in video games, perhaps?
That's a great question. The hyperspeed shootout in space. Okay. Is that kind of everything I wanted to mention? It might be. So we have, let's maybe start with this text. That's an easy thing to do that can kind of get me started on something. Let's see, I have an art file for that. I think. Thank you. I'm just going to duplicate this for reference, like the size of that text is good. So it'll be useful to have that as a reference. And hopefully I can, actually we should also, let's save this. And do I have that on the clipboard? Oh God, I just remembered I was rewatching last week's stream to, excuse me, make sure I had everybody in the credits. And at one point, I actually stretched out part of the logo, the ETIE. And at some point, I noticed that I fucked up the heart somehow. But I also stretched the rest of these letters just a tiny little bit, and I never noticed that. Honestly, they look okay. But that might bother me forever now. At least until I look at it and make sure nothing is super off. Okay, so I want to get that in there for reference as well. So we started with... Is that courier? It's got to be courier, right? Yeah. Courier bold. And then I basically made the horizontal lines thicker just because I thought that looked much better. So. Ooh, if anyone wants to suggest capitalization, like I feel like I never did this. I mean, it's mostly just alternating letters, but right. I feel like there's a little bit of an art to it.
I feel like, generally speaking, if you're going to be alternating caps like this, the first letter has to be lowercase.
Oh, well, we just ruined that with our Little Sweetie logo, didn't we?
Sure. I feel like Little Sweetie is kind of a special case here, though, because we wanted the heart eye. But if you're wanting to if you're committed to this, it can't be a capital T for the first letter of a word.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree in general. That seems correct. But then what about like? So we have thank in like if we continue to alternate, the next letter would be capital. Is that the correct approach?
I mean, if it's on a separate line, I don't know that rule should apply. Honestly, it's a vibe thing.
Yeah.
Anything else.
I feel like because I never did this myself, I'm not fully in tune with the vibes.
I mean, my experience of it was not really something that you were writing full sentences in. Although now that I've said that, I maybe need to look at example pages of the Delia's catalog.
Like I am inclined to agree that we're overdoing it somewhat, but also like I feel like we can't not do this. We have to try it at least.
I have to correct myself. They did write full sentences in this style. And oh, okay. Well, first of all, let me drop this image in chat.
Okay.
I had this sweater. I owned this sweater. I miss this sweater very much.
Shit. I want to read Xenolon's comment here. You can't just do every other letter. It needs to seem random, but still emphasize the inflection of the word with the caps. Yeah, I do agree. It can't just be every other letter like I'm doing here.
So this example page that I have linked in chat, they have two lowercase letters in a row at the start of the sentence.
Okay. Fascinating.
But every other one is alternating, except for, okay, snowboarder, OAR, is all lowercase. I think it's just vibes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, three lowercase in a row is fascinating.
But yeah, if you want to imagine a teenage unsecret crush, just have a look at the model in the sweater with the baggy jeans and the shoulder bags striding down the quad on the way to get my dollar slice of fundraiser pizza. Wow, I really did just literally copy this entire outfit, didn't I?
God, the worst part about this is, like, I can't go back and, like, change one letter. I have to completely retype it, or at least, backspace to that letter to change it. Any feedback on this? Oh, I started all of them with a lowercase letter. That seems wrong. Let's center this. So wondering if this is getting too wide, like the playing might be too wide. That feels better.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
would try...
I like playing in that one.
Okay, I was gonna say, try swapping the case for the N and the G and playing and see how that looks.
Okay, sure.
Just as an experiment. Nah, it was better the other way.
Should I do a capital I?
I don't really like that.
No, I forget how I had it. Was that it? I think that's what I had.
The other thing that's interesting to note, looking at an actual Delia's catalog for reference, is that their font is a sans serif font.
Yeah, for sure.
So I wonder if the reason it looks weird when we're writing out a longer phrase is because it is a serif font here.
I mean, I don't really think that's an issue. Like, this is before any tweaking. Like,
Sure.
We'll be doing lots of tweaking to these letters that'll make it look better overall. That seems wrong. How about that?
I'm comparing it to the other one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think that one's good.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and save this and make a new file. I guess I'll keep this for now because I want to have that width as a reference. Let's see how much. It's quite a bit wider. I mean, we can clean that up a little bit. Hello, Bolt. Good morning. Hope you are doing well. Cold as balls. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. It's a little bit too warm here.
I mean, to be clear, outdoors it is perfect. It's just
Yeah.
our house retains heat a little too well.
Right.
On a sunny day.
So the tricky thing here that I had not thought of before I committed to this is that these words have collectively a lot more letters than I, hand tweaked for the little sweetie logo.
Right.
So this is kind of a lot of work I've created for myself.
If you want to not have to do so much work, what if you only do like thank you in the mixed case and then the rest is in a normal font written normally?
I think I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I might not take the time to perfect this on stream, but I'll at least get it roughed in. Thanks, Bolt. I'm very happy with how that came out. Also, I just realized I never played the finished animation. I did a lot of that on Sunday. And then I think I wrapped it up off stream. Yeah. But I think it came out pretty nice. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I gotta choose between a little too thick or a little too thin on these diagonals. Thanks for the rats. Let's see, so just trying to get an idea of how far apart these letters are. 3 pixels. Oh, so those are too close? Huh. How did that end up spaced out so much more? Weird. Oops. Oof. What did I end up doing with the E? Okay. So it looks a little chunky, but I think I decided that was the best of various not ideal options. I guess that's a similar shape.
Did you see Xenolon's comment already?
You could do just the serifs and see how that looks. Yeah, I mean, I could. I want it to look consistent with, like, I'm happy with the way this came out. So I want to be consistent with that. I don't really mind if it takes a little bit of extra work. Let's see. No sense in doing the same thing twice. Actually, are there any others I can do that with? We got L's up here. Ooh, Bolt says, you guys got to store some songs in your noggins for when I'm basing next. I will do my best. I think I missed part of it. What else can we copy? Anything? No? I'm just looking at capitals right now. I think we do have some lowercase. Like we got an E here and another O. Bolt, what's the game you've been doing for midweek point and click lately? I have not been able to catch your streams of that. And I'm not familiar with the title and also can't remember it. Tangle Tower. How you been liking that? It's weird but really cool. Nice. E. Sequel to Detective Grimoire. Okay.
Was that one that Silver and Retro did on Quandary Quest, or am I mixing up unrelated things?
That name sounds really familiar to me, but I can't. I'm gonna Google it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely did. Yeah, something like that. I wonder. The Y is closer to the F than I would like, and I'm wondering, first of all, okay. A convention, at least Photoshop does this. I feel like it has become a pretty standard convention in drawing tools. If you have the lasso in a more modern tool, you can hold Option and do like you click to draw points and get a selection that way, which is really, really nice sometimes, but this does not have that. I think I might kind of like that. I don't know. We'll see. Tangle Tower art style is much better. it's interesting that the serif on this side is shorter. Oof. That's not too bad. What's next after Kathy Rain? I am going to play Mystery House next, which is the very first Roberta Williams game. And I'm excited to finally check it out. You start out in front of like an old Victorian mansion. And I'm not sure if the game really gives you any context. I haven't looked up if there's like a lot of older games had a manual that give you a little like setup story that's not really in the game, and I'm not sure if Mystery House has that or not. But you go in the mansion. I've played just like the tiniest little bit of it, but you go in the mansion, the door locks behind you immediately. There's a bunch of people there. There's a note about some jewels, and then that's about all. That's all I've played. But at some point, people start dying, and you gotta figure out who the murderer is before you get murdered yourself. It feels very much in the same spirit as Colonel's Bequest, just in a more Apple II style. So, should be fun.
Colonel's Bequest 0,
yeah.
67 says.
For sure. Black, green, and purple. Yeah. The weird, I still haven't had a chance to, I think I just keep forgetting to, but those games all have this weird like diagonal lines that are mostly black or white, end up with these little like pixels that are kind of like pinky purple or green, depending on exactly where they fall. And I don't know why that is. It's fascinating. I don't know if it was just like an attempt to like do some anti-aliasing, like if it was on purpose, or if it's some just weird artifact of something else. Oof, I made a mess of this Y. I need multiple undos. Let's make a new Y. Man, this just comes out weird no matter what I try. It's almost like I'm trying to do things to a font that it wasn't designed to have done to it. I guess that's okay. I'll fuss with it more later, probably. Do you know if it's possible to have channel points change OBS scenes with StreamerBot? Okay.
I can't say I've ever heard of that being a thing.
I mean, I feel like there's no reason it shouldn't be possible.
Sure.
But yeah, there's lots of things that I'm sure are possible. It's just a matter of knowing which software can do it. It seems like StreamerBot can do quite a bit of stuff. I have not ever used it myself, but I see it mentioned fairly often.
I feel like its name is just generic enough that I'm not sure if I've ever heard a streamer bot before.
Ah, sure. I feel like I'd be mildly terrified to do that. I mean, I guess obviously you're ultimately in control of what people can do.
You don't want to
It
give
just
chat
sounds
that
scary.
kind of power.
I mean, no. Culinary says, I was able to set it up and I'm kind of a dumbass. So, let's see. Okay, we just ended up with a single I. I was going to say, there's only one I in this whole phrase, which is great because I feel like one heart is perfect. I don't want to have too many hearts, but one is just perfect. So I'll go ahead and copy this whole I here. Oops. There we go. Actually move that too far left. That's better. I guess I got all those somehow. Okay, so this U's got less of a curve on it. It's a little more like the S. Oh, right, and with the S I took out a pixel there. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I guess I should save, huh? Thank you. I haven't had Mac Paint crash on me. I'm knocking on wood. I really think the majority of crashes I've run into in mini VMAC in general have been like Sierra games that were designed probably for like later computers or something like that. Like for the most part it's been very stable. It looks a little goofy, but I think it's fine. Oh, we already did an A. Nice. I'm super confused why these letters ended up so much closer together than little sweetie did. Did I do something different? Same settings, I think. That's better. And the E's already done. What do you think? Any comments? Criticisms?
I like it.
Thank you.
I like that you have off-centered the centering.
Yeah, I think that was a good move. And also, like, the Y is clashing less with the F below it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hopefully the width of that is okay. It's definitely wider. I guess at this point we'll go ahead and plop it in there and see how it looks. At one point I made the text box on the credit screen taller. So at the moment we still have plenty of room. So we could possibly make the graphic area a little bit wider again if we need to. What should we work on next? Any thoughts on that? Again, we could work on the email interface for the little sweetie. We could work on the room behind the bookcase where we have a person sitting in a sort of study type room. They're sitting in a chair. There's a lamp next to them. We could kind of do anything else we want with the rest of the visuals there. I feel like there was another thing. Oh, we could work on the whole bus schedule puzzle, or we could work on the Electrolyptus book. I feel like it's not worth doing a poll, but if anyone has an opinion on what would be fun, feel free to suggest it. Okay, so credits. There should be enough room, right? Oh, shoot. Oh, why is it way down there? Huh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why is it way down there? I'm trying to figure out what's the easiest way to get this to be in the right spot. I think if I enlarge this first and then paste, yeah, everything is still selected. Okay. If you have a bitmap I guess there's like a limit on the height. I've never ran into this with the width, but there seems to be a specific height. It's probably like 100 pixels or so. And if it's taller than that, it gets split into multiple objects, which is a little bit of a pain. That's so much better. Okay. No opinions, eh?
Not really.
I can't decide, so I'm gonna roll a die. Okay, I need to write this down. Otherwise I'll forget immediately. 1, Sweetie interface. 2, bookcase room 3, schedule 4 is, what was the last thing? The book. Wait. Oh, your dice are all 10-sided, aren't they?
Yeah, that's literally all I have.
Yeah.
One day you will remember this.
I keep thinking, I could use an 8-sided die and that would be perfect.
I have no such thing.
Yeah. I know I have one in the basement somewhere, but that's too much trouble.
I only have D10s because the game that I play with friends only uses D10s.
Right. Hello, kittens. Good to see you. We are definitely not about done, but we have been working on the credit screen periodically. We have quite a bit to do still. So, okay, here's the deal. 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to be Sweetie, bookcase room, schedule, book. If it's 5, we'll do another roll, and then basically add 5. So 6 is Sweetie, 7 is bookcase room. Seven, bookcase room. That was easy. D1. Kitten says, thanks for stopping by the fundraising last week. In total, the fund was $1,850 by the end. That's wonderful. I was glad to be able to chip in, and I'm glad to hear y'all were able to raise so much. Fantastic. Hello, Kitty Dev. Welcome. Also, let me know if I pronounced that incorrectly. Okay. Bookcase room. I'm gonna need a reference. Let's start by sketching what I'm picturing. We're already on the right scene for that. Perfect. So again, ever since someone mentioned that Phalanx game cover, I have been unable to get that image out of my head for this room, but I'm not necessarily tied to it. But what I've kind of been picturing is, I need a little bit of a reference before I can sketch this at all. I'm just thinking here. I'm looking at the Phalanx cover again. Person sitting in study is what I'm gonna Google image search here, and hopefully that'll get me something that's kind of like what I'm picturing. That's pretty spot on. Let's see, we got a Getty Images mature man sitting in study room. Got a nice cozy chair with a lamp next to it. Oh, I missed the mention of a D1. Baltimore said, have you guys seen a D1 die before? I saw it the other day. So weird. Yeah, I don't understand. Like,
near as I can tell, it's kind of a joke.
Okay.
it's kind of a novelty product.
Got it. Okay. So, okay, I was about to draw kind of what's in this image here. But then I remembered the problem where we need to have some blank space at the bottom of the screen for every room, especially towards the middle. So I'm going to do a rougher sketch than I was originally trying to do. It's going to be very rough. But I'm picturing like a nice cozy chair here. Someone sitting in it. And then Yeah, the table should be next to them. Picturing just kind of a simple round table with the lamp on it. What should the lamp look like? It'd be nice if the bulb was a little bit visible. The lamp is there because it's a solution to a puzzle. We need to get a light bulb. And basically, after we have successfully completed the conversation with this person, we will be able to get the light bulb. They will leave and we can get the light bulb. So it would be good, like, obviously people are going to see a lamp and, know it has a light bulb in it, but I feel like if you could see it a little bit, that would help. I'm just trying to think of how to do that. I don't know. And then what else can we have in this room? I generate a picture and use that as reference. It will be spookier.
Or you could just add extra fingers.
I've never used one of the AI things. How do I do that? I'll do it. How do I do it? Somebody has to tell me what website to go to. Like, you can use them for free, right? Without creating an account?
I think so.
I don't want to create an account right now, but if I can just go to a website and do it, I'll try it.
I think I remember playing around with, I think it was Dolly once, and at the time, you could do it for free without making an account. But I was also not impressed with its results either.
Okay. So yeah, I do frequently put my reference window. There's only so much room. Did you give Kittens a shout out?
No. Okay. For some reason, I assumed you were going to push your button to do it.
Yeah. My app, I was so sure. I hate to keep bringing this up, but it keeps, happening. I spent a bunch of time, I've been making this app for doing shout outs. I spent a bunch of time perfecting it on Secret Crush's stream yesterday. And I was like, yes, okay, I fixed all the bugs. It's working great. Today, for some reason, it's not working right anymore. And I don't understand.
Also, the fact that it exists means I have become lackadaisical, even more so than usual, about doing shout outs. The one reason I am here, that's not true.
Silver, hello. What type of AI? Chat GPT or image generation? So, like, I don't know, Mid-Journey seems like one people use a lot.
Is that one that you use?
Dolly, I guess, is also popular. I have no idea. I know nothing about how to use any of these, or, which ones can be used for free or anything like that. I'm trying to think of what else can... Like, honestly, I picture this room, like, lined with bookshelves, but, like, we went through a bookcase passageway to get here, so that seems wrong somehow. I guess this reference I'm looking at has, like, nice wood panels on the walls.
Yeah.
It also has a large window, but I don't think that's appropriate.
Is this a room that you have to, like, find a secret door behind a bookshelf to get to?
Yeah.
What do you imagine is the purpose of this room? Other than to hold a person to talk to.
I think it's just a secret little room to chill out in.
Okay. Do you want it to look like a real room that could believably exist in the house, or do you want to get weird with it?
I guess I'm open to getting weird with it, but, like, what do you have in mind?
Just rip off Twin Peaks, man.
Oh.
Just straight up rip off Twin Peaks. Curtain walls, zigzag flooring, random
I feel like
statue.
that's done too much.
Sure.
I don't hate it. Let's put some of this wood paneling in, but I would like to have maybe another item over here. I guess it could be like a... I'm trying to think of the right word for, like, a piece of furniture, like a cabinet, like a low cabinet.
A credenza?
Is that right?
I don't know. I already forgot the first half of the sentence.
Silver says, search Stable Diffusion Web and image generation. I have to dig into these things too much for work. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Actually, let's... So Stable Diffusion... Oh, StableDiffusionWeb.com. Create beautiful art using Stable Diffusion online for free.
Online is written in all caps, by the way.
Yeah, that's...
Online!
That's interesting for a very modern product. Okay, so I'm going to switch to a scene here, and we'll get the browser up so y'all can see what I'm doing
that
here.
You don't have to download something?
I guess? One moment. Where's Safari? Stable Diffusion Online. Okay. We did it. We're doing it. Hello, Krillin. Great to see you. Get started for free. Oh, boy. Enter your prompt. Enter a negative prompt. Okay. So I assume negative prompt is like something I want to exclude. Let me make sure I didn't miss chat here. Arabello, welcome. Honestly prefer seeing people doing things by hand than using AI tools, but maybe I'm just getting old grumpy and just refusing to accept new trends. Yeah, I 100% feel the same way. But why not try it? Like, I'm trying, like, I don't love a lot of things about, like, all the AI stuff going on right now. Like, honestly, I feel like ultimately a lot of it is going to be used to take jobs away from people, and there's lots of other things I don't like about it. But I am trying to be, like, I feel like part of the way I feel about it is... God, I half remember a Douglas Adams quote that's like, well, maybe it's less than half. Like anything, you know, any new technology you're exposed to before, like, I want to say he said like the age of 30 is like, you know, great and normal, and then everything after that is terrible. Like, I feel like for me, like maybe 45 is the age where I hit that point, and like it's harder for me to accept new things. But like I try to be open-minded, and like I've definitely seen a lot of folks do interesting things with stuff like this. And just for like, you know, coming up with a quick image to go along with a blog post. Like even like I have an artist friend that has done that, and like it worked really well. And like probably, you know, the alternative would have been to not have an image at all, or just, you know, grab some reasonably appropriate photo off the web. You know, this is not something like he was going to spend the time to create an image for, but, you know, he was able to use a thing like this and come up with something, you know, more unique that was appropriate for what he was writing about. And then there's other things, like I've seen lots of programmers use it to kind of do something tedious that would normally, you know, they would just do it by hand, and it would take a while, or just to kind of get started learning how to do something you don't know how to do, which honestly, that sounds kind of appealing to me, because often if I'm learning like a new programming language or API or something, I just want like an example. I don't care if it's perfect. I just want to have an idea of how a thing works. And sometimes you can't find that. But I feel like the biggest concern I have with that is it seems almost impossible to know when it's just completely making shit up. I guess unless your code doesn't run, then you know it's made some shit up. But anyways, yeah, I have complicated feelings about it, but we're gonna try it. So
I said this in chat, but I'll go ahead and say it out loud also.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a difference between using it as a reference tool
right.
versus just, crafting a prompt through your mystical and magical combination of words and then calling what it puts out the art that you have made.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, there's definitely people that spend a lot of time like crafting the perfect prompt to get exactly what they want, and like they feel a sense of satisfaction from having accomplished that. And I guess I don't have any problem with that, but like some of them seem to have this mindset that like artists are like part of some like elitist club,
Right.
and not just people that have worked very hard to perfect their craft their entire life. So like when they kind of position themselves against artists, that starts to get pretty gross.
Right.
Anyways, I'm just kind of rambling. I'm going to read a couple comments in chat here. Val said, it's fun for joke stuff. The fact that people are using it for financial gain is a mistake. Yeah, for sure. Super high level. This is Silver. Super high level. The tech behind it is fascinating. The majority of it is just machine learning, and barely that. What is disgusting is how it has been trained and how it is being used in some cases. Also, a deep misunderstanding. ChatGPT doesn't give you an answer to a question. It gives you what an answer to your question would sound like, so it can be fully fake answers, etc. Yeah, I feel like that's. It definitely seems like a thing a lot of people are not quite getting, and. Kind of adjacent to that, a lot of people seem like overly impressed by some chat GPT answers, as though it's looking at all this text that it's been fed, and it's able to construct something that sounds like a very coherent response, but like that's very different from like really understanding it. And I feel like the kind of weird thing is that like, where is the line there? Like, to some degree humans kind of do that too, but yeah, I don't know, it's a really complicated situation, but yeah. Xenon says, I run a design company. I feel bad about reusing or taking credit for the work of our own company's employees after they've departed the company, and we've been host to some incredibly talented folks, so I'm really ambivalent about this AI stuff. Yeah. Also, I don't think I said thank you for the follow. Welcome. Glad to have you here. All right, let's use this thing we all hate. So what's my prompt? I guess we'll say old man. We don't have to necessarily use the specific type of person, but it feels better to be specific than just say person. And since we keep talking about the phalanx cover, so old man sitting in a chair in a next to a table with a lamp in a small, dimly lit study. Error! Oh no! Oh no, there's too many people.
Too many people?
It says due to the large number of users, the server may experience problems. If you encounter an error, please try again. Also, there's something's covered up here. Huh. Well, this has been a great experience so far. Let's try again. Oh, is it going? Oh, we're in a queue now.
It's doing something.
We're 71 out of 98. That's very exciting.
Well, now that something's happening, maybe you don't want to do Silver's suggestion of refreshing.
Yeah, I was going to refresh if this didn't work, but it seems to be working. So we'll give it a minute. We're at 20 out of 90. We're almost there. 8, 6, 5, 1. It's processing. Here we go. I'm really curious if this is going to be anything.
I hope it doesn't output anything
Inappropriate?
inappropriate, yes, since you've got it up on stream and all.
The impression I've got is that most of these are kind of trained specifically not to do that.
I see.
Okay, now we're in a processing step. Oh, okay. What is this? Okay. I guess there was a selection there. All right. Interesting. They're not terrible. None of
these look any better or worse than the stock photo you were looking at before.
Yeah. Hold on a sec. Let me... Oh, did I close it? Here. Okay, so this is the stock photo I had. I was hoping to get something that's like the camera's back a little further, which we kind of got here, but the perspective is so freaking weird. I don't know that it's useful.
That table is on a different plane of reality.
Mm-hmm. Also, it looks very uncomfortable. His leg is a little bit in the corner of the table, I think. I guess I'm torn on whether to try improving the prompt. Like, I feel like this doesn't seem worth the time.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same.
But it was a fun little exercise. We did a stable diffusion, and now we're done. So this is the wood paneling I was talking about. I dig the look of that, kind of. I want some object over here, and I can't think of what that would be. But like we can do some kind of wood paneling look pretty easily, I think. Just, draw a bunch of squares. All right, let's try this again. Do we have a pencil in the drawers here?
My mechanical pencil should be in there, in my drawer.
Mechanical pencil. Do you use that for drawing?
Not really.
Okay. I was gonna say, to me, a mechanical pencil is terrible for drawing.
I mean, I don't remember where my drawing pencils are.
Mm-hmm. Am I using this wrong?
The lead that's in the whatever you call that part of a pencil, it's coming to the end, so it's kind of like floating around in the... Would you call that a nib?
I don't know. Maybe?
Anyway, if you don't want it to do that, you could just pull out what's left of it and get a new one.
I mean, I think it's fine now.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, we also, like, aside from that one having bad perspective, we didn't get anything especially weird out of that, which is honestly the biggest disappointment.
I mean, I feel like you would need to indicate, perhaps...
that we wanted it to be haunted.
That you wanted it to be weird.
Perhaps.
Strange old man.
I guess I just gotta practice my AI prompt writing skills.
Honestly, this is kind of why I was saying maybe we should just rip off Twin Peaks and just, have a space with some random furniture in it, random sculpture or weird-looking lamp or something. Call it good.
I'm trying to think of, like, this pose is not bad. I'm just trying to think if that is what I just want to go ahead and go with. I guess having them reading a book, like holding a book in their lap. So maybe legs crossed, but like they're kind of balancing a book on this leg. Can you? Okay, you can see my cursor. I wasn't sure at first. I feel like that's kind of a reasonable way to read a book. I also sit in very weird ways. So maybe I'm not the best judge of that. Val says, unfortunately, AI have gotten better at creating people. That is unfortunate. Also, like, I'm doing this tiny little sketch with a pencil I don't like and I'm not familiar with. And I'm also thinking about how the heck am I going to draw this and make it look good in World Builder. And this is all just a lot of different things to juggle. But we'll get there eventually. So book on the lap. And then so right hand is holding the book, I think. And then left hand is just kind of on the armrest. I don't know if, like, this probably doesn't, this looks like just a bunch of scribbles, but I promise some of these lines are helpful to me in narrowing down what I'm doing here. I drew this table with 3 legs. I don't know why I chose to do that. It looks a little weird. What does this lamp look like? I have a lamp next to me that I'm looking at. It's like a very simple IKEA probably lamp. It's just got a metal post and like a straight up and down lampshade, but that's too modern. This lamp in the picture is not terrible, but I feel like, ooh, maybe just like a round, more round lamp. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we don't need anything else over here. I mean, this is already like more to draw than we have in most of our rooms.
I have no idea where my pencils went, my normal pencils.
Oh, no. I'm going to do the back wall is going to be straight across just so it's easy to do this paneling. Okay. And I'm going to try to clean up these lines a little bit.
I had a whole box of unsharpened, I think they were HB.
HB.
Kiki's Delivery Service pencils.
Oh.
I don't know where they are.
Heck.
I mean, obviously these are kind of fancy novelty pencils anyway. But, like, I have them somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I looked in the 2 places I could think of where they would be, and they weren't there, so I'm out of ideas.
Culinary said, I just pictured someone sitting in front of a bookcase falling over. Sometimes the weight of knowledge is too great. How does this book look? I can't quite picture the book, so I've just drawn a weird shape. I guess I didn't really give this person a beard, but I'm just kind of roughing in the head shape for now. I still don't know if I'm committed to doing a phalanx type guy or not. What do y'all think? Phalanx guy or some other type of person?
I mean, I feel like not that it is wrong, but the way you've been approaching this entire project is
Oh, sure.
like completely backwards
Oh, yeah. I
from
mean,
how I would do it. So like, what kind?
it's
Like,
backwards from how I would do it.
what do you want the purpose of the man to be? Like, I don't know how else to come up with the type of guy if we don't know what the guy's purpose is.
Sure. Okay. Well, I probably have not really explained. Like, I think we covered it at some point, but today I certainly haven't really talked about it. So basically, this guy is here to. You can have a conversation with this person. You can have a conversation with this person, and this is kind of the point in the game where you have to at least have a little bit of awareness of what has happened to the character you are playing as, specifically that they have died. So I haven't worked out exactly what the dialogue is at this point, but this is a person that is unrelated to you. I think like it's just kind of a entity that's in this place, but they kind of ask you some questions about, do you know why you're here, that kind of a question. And the silly little puzzle that I came up with when we added rapier sharp wit to our inventory was that you actually need to drop your rapier sharp wit in order to stop deflecting this person's questions with witty answers and answer them honestly. And then ultimately, once you complete this conversation in a way that kind of confirms you understand that you have died, this person will just kind of fade away. And at that point, you can take the light bulb, which you need to complete the game. So this person is just kind of a test of knowledge and understanding, ultimately.
Okay.
So, like...
Do you want it to be a person?
That's a very interesting question. Do you have something specific in mind?
What if it was an animal?
Such as?
I don't know, like a cat or something? Like a cat that's suddenly talking to you?
That's interesting. Do you think they would still be sitting in this same type of comfy chair?
Perhaps. They could be sitting on literally anything, as cats do. Like, maybe you walk into the room, and maybe it is a mostly normal-looking room. Maybe there's, I don't know, some kind of weird ornament, and then there's a cat. And you're like, oh, it's a room with a cat. And then all of a sudden the cat starts talking.
Right. Val says if it fits, it sits.
Exactly.
That's a pretty good idea. And, since it's still, we can still do the same room I've been picturing, so. I'm just kind of letting it sink in and making sure I'm happy with it. Like the main thing I wanted to do here was to have someone you can have a conversation with in the game. I haven't thought a lot about how I want that all to go, but I want to at least try to do something interesting with it. Like a lot of the conversations I've seen in other world builder games, a lot of the conversation is just linear. So like you talk to the person, and each time you talk to them, you get like the next chunk of a conversation. But then often there's like something specific you can ask about. So like the game is just kind of looking for a keyword, and that will, take you off a different path in the conversation. I don't know that we can do too much more than that, but I would like to try. cat. All right. Well, we don't need that guy anymore, I guess. So I'm going to do a bigger. Do I have a pencil somewhere?
I could only find my blue pencils that are not very sharp.
I'm going to go. I know I have a pencil. I'm just going to grab it. I'm not even going to put it on Be Right Back.
I'm opening a new tab and going to jetpens.com. Because apparently I need to shop for pencils.
If you've been missing a Hello Kitty pencil, I found it.
I mean, I don't know that I've been missing anything, apparently.
This is the one pencil I found.
In case anyone was wondering, when was the last time I drew non-digitally? Here you go. And I also don't draw digitally that often either.
Yeah, I usually these days draw on an iPad, usually in Procreate. I also have a pixel art drawing app called Pixaki. That's pretty nice. But just for sketching, I generally wouldn't use that. In fact, I'll often sketch stuff in Procreate and then do like final pixel art in Pixaki. Anyway.
Should I get this JetPens pencil starter kit so that we can determine what our ideal type of pencil is?
Ooh, I used to know what my ideal type of pencil is. Mm-hmm. Not anymore. That was a long time ago. That was like college years, probably. When, like, my college involved a lot of... There was very little digital art in my college.
I mean, that wasn't really a thing so much yet.
Yeah, I mean, it was... For me, it had been a thing for a while, but certainly not for the school. Okay, so I'm going to keep the same basic layout, but we're going to have a cat in the chair instead. Drop your pencil recommendations. Yeah, like this is, I guess, a number 2. There's a 2 on it. And it feels too hard to me.
Yeah, the HB, the Kiki's Delivery Service novelty HB pencils that are somewhere in this house, It's a pretty soft lead, maybe a little bit too soft.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but again, it's been a long time.
$2B is, I guess, the standard, like, writing school pencil.
That's what I was thinking. This is actually, I'm trying to do it better than this one, but I like the general shape of that one better. It's fine. I'm sure when I draw it in World Builder, it's not going to look anything like this anyway. So now I need a reference of a cat. For a second, I was like, I know what a cat looks like. I can just draw a cat. That's absolutely not true. I can't draw a cat, like an entire cat sitting upright is not quite something I can do.
I challenge you. Do not complete that search.
Okay.
I challenge you to try.
Okay.
Try drawing a cat.
Part of the thing is that I'm not quite sure what the pose I want is. Mm-hmm. And often that's why I'll look up reference because, I'm not quite sure, how I want this cat to be positioned, and if I can look at a bunch of examples, I can see, oh yeah, that's the vibe I'm looking for. So now I'm just trying to kind of picture it better in my head. Like I think I can do reasonably well a cat that's just like sitting up, but like very stiff. But like I feel like that's not quite right.
How do you want it to be?
I don't know. Okay. That's what I'm trying to explain. Hello, Postfix. 2B, has Nier ever done a collab with a stationery store? Okay, well, I'll kind of draw what I'm picturing here. I also this pencil is not sharpened at all. I'm honestly not sure if it's any better than what I was using before. God, this is.
What?
I said I could do it, but I don't know that I can. Crap. I'm gonna draw a separate one. Let's start with. Here's a head and some ears. Do I know how to draw a cat? I don't know that I actually do. Oh God.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Embarrassing myself.
I'm sorry. This is giving you stress.
No, it's fine.
I wanted you to challenge yourself.
It's totally fine. I just sometimes, at least for me, I feel like I pretty much know what a thing looks like, but then when you have to actually draw it, you're like, oh wow, yeah, I have no idea what that actually looks like.
You're doing great so far.
Okay. I can't picture this, like, I guess like its chest area, like maybe I should draw kind of the body and then come back to the front legs. Ooh, what exactly? I guess they kind of go like this. This is actually leaning forward more than I intended, but that's okay. We'll go with it for now. I feel like I'm not really doing this right. So that's kind of like that, and then its other leg. Kind of like that. What's its tail doing? I guess it's kind of wrapped around front. I will say I'm enjoying this. This is a fun challenge. What exactly does that look like? Gosh. I feel like a cat would have more of a neck than I've given this. I don't have an eraser. So I'm gonna just kind of extend this head up more. Just ignore the head I drew before. We're putting in a new head now.
I'm adding this pencil sampler kit to
Nice.
a cart from Jet Pens. It also comes with 2 different sharpeners.
Wow.
Their most popular eraser, the Uniboxy eraser, and 4 clip-on pencil caps. Like point protectors, I guess.
Okay. Fascinating.
And the thing that bugs me is that this sampler kit does not include any oh god, where'd the brand name go? Blackwing.
Blackwing?
If you go to the pencil category, the art pencils specifically on jetpens.com, most of the results are for, I'm guessing this is a brand called Blackwing.
Fascinating.
And I know I have heard of some cartoonists that I follow that use it. It's got a weird flat eraser. Like the eraser ferrule, I don't know if that's the right word or if I'm saying it correctly, is flat like a paintbrush.
Ferrule.
Like the metal part.
Okay.
that the bristles are attached to the handle by.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that's called a ferrule.
Okay.
Anyway, the thing that's like that
right.
connects the eraser to the pencil body is shaped like a paintbrush one, and then the eraser itself. Oh, the eraser is refillable.
Interesting.
Maybe I should just buy a box of these. And anyway, the thing I was complaining about was that the sampler kit that they have doesn't include one of these. So how are you supposed to determine what your favorite type of pencil is if their sampler doesn't even include all of the types of pencil that they sell?
Whiskers. Okay. There's my cat. How'd I do?
Very good.
Please rate my cat 1 to 10.
19.
Wow. I think that's... I appreciate it, but I don't think that's a 19 cat. Thank you all. Cat out of cat. That's fair. I do think I managed to draw a creature that is more or less a cat.
It is immediately recognizable as a cat, and I would dare say it even has a little personality.
Thank you. I was gonna, like, now that I've drawn a cat, look up a cat reference, but I don't think I'm gonna actually. We got our cat. As we've discussed, it's not gonna come out perfect when I have to draw it in World Builder anyway. So,
like, if I was gonna
that's
offer
the cat.
any kind of feedback at all, I would make the legs, the front legs, you have them starting kind of high up.
Okay.
But it looks recognizable as a cat, so I don't think you have to change it.
Not to a horse. Absolutely not. That sounds very hard. Okay.
Need anything else from Jet Pens?
Geez, I don't know.
I don't know that we have achieved free shipping yet.
Do they have Uniball Deluxe Micro?
I feel like I've tried to find this, and I don't think they have. They specialize in Japanese stationery specifically.
Okay.
What is it called again?
Uniball Deluxe Micro. These pens I really love. This is a Uniball Deluxe Fine, which is a little bit thicker, which I do prefer.
My search took me directly to a product page for something called a Uniball Vision Needle Rollerball Pen Micro Point Black.
No.
Which is not the same.
Okay.
But it is only $260 if you wanted to try one.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
I like this weight better overall, but the micro ones are nice to have. And like, I'm running out, and they're harder to get a hold of, it seems like. I'm sure I could get some. I haven't tried in a while, and that was the one thing I could think of.
Those aren't rollerball, are they? Are they like felt tip?
I think they're rollerball. I don't know. Okay. I'm not like enough of a pen nerd to be like, yes, I understand how this pen works. But like, I assume that's got a little rollerball in it. I don't know. I'm like just enough of a pen guy to have an opinion about my pens,
but
at
it and see.
I found a pen that I liked 20 years ago, and I stuck with it. This is too fast. So upstairs hallway, and then our next room is going to be right back here. I guess we'll label this study. Thank you.
So I'm not clear on what the distinction is between a ballpoint and a rollerball.
Is there a difference?
That's what I'm asking, because there are two different categories on jet pens.
Okay. Very opinionated. Yes. Let's set up our room here. So you'll be able to go south automatically. This is blocked off because you need to open the passageway. In fact, let's go ahead and add the code here. Oh, right. We got all our joke book titles, so that's why this code takes so long to open now. Speaking of which, if anyone else wants to contribute a book title, feel free. We've got plenty of room for more. So I'm just trying to find the right spot to put this. Search, push. Okay. I guess I'll go ahead and put it at the end, since it's kind of we've got like a sequence of actions here, and then this is the last one. If text equals, I guess a single equal sign is north, is fine. Then exit. Oh wait, no, that's going to be end, because we need to check that they can go north. So bookshelf open. Yeah, that's the name. I guess we can just do this all in one line. And bookshelf open is in the scene. So in that case, we do want this to be exit. I think we just move the character to this scene and that's it. I don't think there's normally any text. Study. I feel like I'm forgetting something because that seems too simple. I'll open our code for the front door and compare with that just to make sure I'm not forgetting something. Normal house. Oh yeah, I was going to comment in a bit more detail. Like you commented on how like this isn't the process you would use to make a game, right. And like same, 100% same.
Well, I guess meant not to make a game, but just to like.
Yeah, to make literally anything, like anything with a story, like.
Right, like. Coming up with a type of thing to put in a room before you've determined what the purpose of the thing in the room is.
Sure.
Is what I meant.
Yeah. But yeah, like my whole approach for this project has been, like I've mentioned before, throughout my life, I have spent a lot of time working on game ideas and then eventually abandoning them. And you know, I wanted to come at this one from a different angle and not feel any pressure to like make everything perfect.
Sure.
And I considered doing some planning ahead and like, you know, getting a rough outline of a story before the first stream. But I eventually decided, you know, I wasn't going to worry about it and we could just figure it out as we go. And you know, if nothing else, that would be more fun. So that's kind of the approach I've tried to take. Like, obviously, there's some things I've kind of worked out in between streams. But, you know, I've tried to leave as much as possible just to figure out on stream and just kind of wing it. And I feel like I've been happy with that process.
Sure.
Okay, so we did if text equals north. Oh, okay. So we have, yeah. I think in this case, we did a little bit different here because you have a door, right? So it makes sense to say why you can't simply go through the door. But with our secret passage, when it's closed, you don't necessarily know that there's a passage there. So we just want to have our fallback, like, you can't go that way. So we don't want to actually take the same approach here. But we did use the 2 equal signs, so we'll stick with that. That's just a difference of whether we accept that exact phrase or anything that contains it. It says, stream goes 7 days into the project. You're doing it wrong.
That's not what I meant. I just meant like if you're asking me specifically
Sure.
for like an idea for something,
I know.
my response is going to be like, I don't know. What do you want it to do?
I just thought it was a funny comment.
Sure.
Also, hello, Hinton. I don't think I ever said hello. It says, hello, I'm about to start my game presentation homework. Wonderful. I still have not done that. So everyone else understands what we're talking about. We're some friends are coming up with little game ideas to present to each other.
Recreationally.
Recreationally. This idea came up before I started on this project, and my mind, like, if I'm thinking about a game idea, it's been consumed by, this project because I've been working on it so much. So I have just the vaguest of ideas for my fun little presentation project, and I have not drawn anything or put together any visuals of any sort. So I have a lot of work to do for that tomorrow, but I think it'll be fun. I have an idea I like very much. If it seems worth sharing, I will share it somewhere at some point, probably. All right, let's start drawing this study. Where to begin? With the chair, I suppose. Polygons. So here's my reference. Again, I kind of like this chair better, but I mean, it's roughly the same thing. Ultimately, I guess I'm gonna rough in the overall shape first, and then I'll put in details. Also, this is not in the right spot, but I'm just gonna draw it and then move it. The back is too short. Perfect. Black. Is that good? I'm just trying to figure out the rough position and like angle of the perspective lines and everything. Oh, right. I was thinking, I can just select these top 3 points on the polygon and drag them all up, but no, you can't do that. I bet Super Paint could do that. A little bit wider. Another thing, I really wish I could, like, the start and end points never really connect. Like a modern drawing tool would have those connect, so you just have a single point there, which makes it much easier to get things exactly how you want. And now I'm just kind of fussing. That's pretty much what I'm after. I guess I wasn't going to do this, but I think I'm going to draw in like the like I'm going to make a very boxy shape just to make sure I have the perspective lines like roughly correct. It's not going to be perfect, but just to make sure nothing looks too weird. Let's see, where have I put the horizon line? I guess I put it kind of up here in most of the scenes. So that's not way off for that. These lines are not right. I'm just trying to figure out how to nudge things. Should be using Command R more often. It's so hard to tell if it's a straight line.
Okay, I have just finished my presentation.
Wow, okay. Congrats.
It's 4 slides.
Wonderful.
4 slides, all text.
And says, wow, this cat is not looking how I expected. We have not drawn the cat yet, just to be clear. We'll get there. I feel like this is still too narrow. Like I want a nice, wide, cozy ass looking chair. And I feel like it's just not quite there yet. Hello, eBird. Welcome. This always feels so tedious. Yeah, that's close enough. It's close enough for a starting point. Okay, so now I'll start to kind of define the actual shape of it more, like round things off and put in the arms. I'm trying to decide what I want to do with these lines. Oh, the coronation tomorrow. Heck.
Big Chucky's fancy party.
Ooh, that's not ideal. Yeah, that's okay, I guess. Like, I'm basically going to delete all these shapes.
UK's biggest cosplay event in living memory.
It's really hard to do a good, like, arc like that. That actually came out much better than I thought it was going to. Okay. That's not perfect, but it's Like, honestly, that's as good as it's going to get. It's not getting better than that. I'm just going to see if I can... Yeah, shrink this down instead of redrawing. I think that's pretty good. Now I'm also thinking about if I still want to go wider, I just want to make this the widest chair you've ever seen, apparently. Yeah, I think I want to do that. Okay. Just keep my cat on screen as much as possible. What do I want the back shaped like? I didn't give the chair a lot of personality. A lot of that was because I was thinking it would be mostly covered up by a human sitting in it. But now that we have a cat, I'm like, maybe I want to be like, maybe I want a more rounded back, or I guess I'll kind of do the same kind of arc I put on the armrests if I can pull that off. I feel like that is appropriate. Boy. So a tricky thing I run into a lot drawing in here is you can't really... Actually, now that I'm saying this, you can. I was about to say you can't really have like a incomplete shape, but that's maybe wrong. Yeah, I can just double click. God, it took me 7 weeks to realize that.
You gonna be okay?
I'm fine. Like, I did that at least last week, if not earlier than that. At one point I realized, oh, I don't have to close the shape. I can just double click wherever to finish it. But it never occurred to me that that would allow me to draw an incomplete shape. Like, you know, if I fill this in, it, you know, is going to connect the start and end points. But you can not have a fill. That's totally an option. Like, I think it never occurred to me because there's not just a line tool. Like, again, modern drawing programs tend to have a line tool that's just for, you know, drawing a single line. And we can't really do that, but you can just do the polygon and double click, and there's your fucking line. And I can't believe it took me so long to realize that. Okay. Back to my chair. This still doesn't really answer the problem. I guess I want to draw the outer shape right now, because we still need to have a thing to fill in. We need a complete shape to fill in, and then I can, now that I've realized how, I can put other lines on top of it that don't necessarily have to be complete. This is tricky because I'm trying to figure out how... Like, this is the back line, and then there'll be another line that's up here. So I'm trying to figure out how this line, which is like the side of the back of the chair, like how exactly does that line go? That's a little tricky. I think I need to scrap this and start over because I don't really have enough points to do what I want here. 6-7 says we would call that a mistake monkey in my team's language. That's fascinating. Mistake monkey. Well, why monkey?
Why not monkey?
I guess you make a good point. Okay. That's not bad. That's pretty much what I wanted. I'm trying to not give like a sharp point on these bottom corners. I'm going to make this go in a tiny bit. Okay. There we go. This is a family stream. It is not. This is an 18+ stream because I don't cuss a lot, but sometimes you gotta cuss, especially when you spent 7 weeks doing things much harder than they needed to be.
You have also streamed games with boobs in them.
Have I?
Phantasmagoria.
Oh.
Both of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What? Oh, right. That's.
I meant both Phantasmagoria games. I think actually yes, both boobs.
Yeah. Okay, let's send this to the back.
Families can't have boobs. This is also true.
Okay, we're done with that shape now. That's fine. And that one? Great. This didn't come out quite right. Reshape.
Why is the stream blessed? Because we're talking about boobs? Or for other reasons?
Okay. Oh no, I made it worse. Also, just to be clear, I cannot undo that. I think, yeah, undo simply undoes deselecting the polygon at this point. So I must simply fix it. Slightly less bad now. Getting there? We'll get there. I would love to just be able to zoom in. See what I'm doing? Okay, we got there. All right, so now...
technology for zooming for at least, 10 more years? Whenever Photoshop is a thing, maybe?
I don't know. I feel like that's probably a thing you could do in Super Paint. When did Super Paint come out? Super Paint is a sort of... oh, right. There's some Sherwin-Williams product called Super Paint. Super Paint Macintosh. Thank you, Wikipedia. Oh, same year for the initial release of Super Paint. So this was originally a Silicon Beach software product that kind of combined the pixel art drawing of Mac Paint with the vector drawing of Mac Draw, which is interesting because that's, you know, what's happening in World Builder as well. But, you know, as a much more filled out and polished drawing tool. But yeah, I don't know for sure if that had zoom, especially initially. I don't want to delete that quite yet. So now is where I can potentially, I guess one thing that's still a reason to try to do complete shapes is like, this top edge of the chair, we're probably going to want to shade differently than the front. So we still need to think about things in that way. I think I'm going to do this. This might look a little weird right now, but I think it will eventually make sense. And of course, I got to try to go over this line perfectly. Okay. We'll do that for now. I might actually get rid of that black line eventually, but I'll leave it for now. Okay, now I think we can get rid of that shit. It's starting to look like something a little bit. I do a little bit regret. I early on decided that, oh, right, I don't have to follow this line exactly. I can make it sloppy. In fact, let's make it more sloppy. And then we can just bring this in front. Oh, wait, what? What? Oh, did I accidentally flipped it. Okay. Bring to front. That's the one. That's the one. I made a decision early on to use the vector drawing tools as much as possible. I do a little bit regret that. Especially, I have occasionally... Why do I keep doing that? Command R. Okay. I have occasionally looked at other world builder games, and I think a lot of them used a lot more pixel art than I was thinking. Like, when we started on this, all I had played on stream is Enchanted Scepters, and I had looked at some other games at the time, but didn't spend too much time looking at them. And I was just, using Enchanted Scepters as a reference point. Like there's hardly any pixel art in that game. Mostly just for like a monster's face or something like that. But I feel like we could have gotten away with a lot more pixel art without really running into any file size concerns. But that's okay. We did it and it's done. Well, it'll be done eventually. Can I do this? Can I get away with this? Oh no. It's upsetting.
What's upsetting?
Well, I duplicated this shape and put it back here, and I was like, then I'll have to shrink it a little bit, but actually this line is much longer. So basically my perspective's a little bit of a mess, and I'm trying to figure out what to do about that. Thank you, Hinton. I do feel like it has been, for one, if I had been doing pixel art for more of this, it would have greatly increased the amount of time it has taken. Like, sticking to vector art has made it easy to say, this is good enough. It's not perfect, but these tools are very difficult to use, and that's as good as it's going to get. Whereas if I was doing a lot of pixel art, like, I definitely like, I could make it as good as I want to spend the time to do. I kind of forgot the point I was making. Oh well. All right. Is this okay? Yeah, I think we can fudge this. Yeah, that's fine. Something is... Oh, this line doesn't... Oh, I see what happened. There's like a gap between the start and end points here. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it. Maybe it's fine, actually. Why? Oh, right. I think I just made it a little worse, but I can't really go back to how it was. So we'll just make do. I don't really like the stray pixel, but we'll leave it at that. Salt Ranger says creative restraints are interesting, at least, and it's been fun to watch you use the tools. I am glad it has been enjoyable, and yeah, I definitely agree that creative restraints are interesting. I always find it more enjoyable to have constraints than to have like complete freedom, especially, something like this where like part of my intention is to not be perfect and not spend a huge amount of time on it. But like even with something that I'm willing to spend more time on, like it's interesting to have some constraints than to just not have anything. Like for example, like the programming language in this has been a fun challenge. I guess ultimately I just kind of enjoy that challenge of like taking the constraints and seeing how far I can push up against those and do something interesting with it. Okay, I think well, I should probably fill in this a little bit more before I draw a cat, but we're getting to the point where I need to draw a cat. This isn't quite how I want it, but I think I just gotta live with it now. Why does this look weird to me?
I don't know.
I'm trying to, add, like this arm should come down. I guess maybe the problem is that I duplicated that shape and it's just, I can tell it's the exact same shape. And it looks weird. In fact, I think the perspective is not quite right here. This should come up more. Now it's all lumpy. Yeah. It's not too bad. So maybe I'll just do this. Is that a bad idea? That might be a bad idea. feel like I've been doing this for hours. But it's not even 10:30 yet.
You haven't taken a break?
True.
Which I would recommend.
It feels like I've been trying to figure out this room for practically a lifetime. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, I guess. I moved that point and then I deselected it to see what it looks like, and I'm like, no, that's worse actually. But like a thing that frequently happens is like, well, I can't just undo it. So do I try to tweak it further, or do I just feel like, yeah, that's fine, I guess? It's just a funny little thing that happens constantly. Yeah, I should have just left it. It's fine. Okay. I still feel like something looks weird. I don't know what it is. Like, I mean, I know the perspective is not perfect. It's just there's like I kept making the whole chair wider, but then I feel like the seat is still ending up so narrow, and I don't entirely get it. Also trying to figure out where I want this shape to go.
Hero Protagonist in chat has a question.
Hello, Hero Protagonist. Welcome. Good to see you. This is System 6. Wasn't Mac OS until I want to say 7.5. I think more officially, like they called it Apple System Software. But yes. Specifically, it's like 6.0.8, I think. I don't think we can check that without quitting. But I have found that this is kind of, when it comes to like retro Mac stuff, this is like the ideal system version for me. I think it was 7.5 that added multi-finder where you can switch between apps. And that just like, it makes everything so different. And like, it starts to get to a point where you run into things that, like there was a period where they started, changing the OS to work that way, and a lot of programs weren't really updated for it and things like that. So you get weird little quirks that happen. Whereas if you stick with System 6 and the software that's compatible with it, like everything just feels like it's all very simple, but it all feels very polished and like perfected for what it is. And like, this just like very enjoyable for me. And since I can run things much faster than they would have back then, and like things like saving and closing and opening programs are so much faster, like not having multi-finder doesn't feel like too frustrating of a limitation. Bring to front. Send to back, sure. Oh no, what have I done? I'm going to send everything to the back. I just want this in front. There we go. Why does this look so weird to me? guess I'll just draw this over here and then we'll put everything else on top of it. Bring to front. Oh, that got really lumpy, huh? Like, you know, this is meant to be a cozy chair, so I don't mind if it looks a little bit lumpy. Like, that's much better. Okay, and it's starting to look a little less weird, I think. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to fill in the shading on the rest of this. I guess I'll start by just doing that. And I think these I want to be a little bit lighter. And then this one should be darker. Something like that. It took so long to draw this very simple and not that good chair. Now I gotta draw a whole cat in the chair.
Yep.
I'm trying to think if I should draw the cat separately. Should the butt pillow have a thickness? I mean, I gave it some. I think I see what you're saying.
You could just draw a second line.
Yeah.
Below that line.
Yeah.
To differentiate the cushion from the base of the chair.
And now that I know how to just draw a line, I can do that. Oh my god, it's done.
Amazing.
Incredible. 7 weeks to learn how to draw a line. It's a mixture of curved lines, straight lines, perspective, and it's all supposed to be symmetrical. Yeah. All right. I'm trying to decide. Maybe I should give myself a break from complicated shapes and do the... Yeah, probably. But the next thing I actually draw should maybe be the table. Again, I'm going to do just a pretty simple round table with a lamp on it. I'm not sure if I like this round lamp. I might take a look at the lamps we have in our home and see if there's anything that I like better. If not, I'll maybe look online. Maybe just like this kind of a shape. Like a, I guess more flat on the bottom. And then your standard lampshade. Something like that. Yeah, it's a pretty good shape, I think. All right. I'll be back in a few. Cheetos. Culinary said, I have so many bags of Cheetos. They were buy two, get two free. So I got 2 bags of Mexican street corn, a jalapeno cheddar, and a flamin' hot. Sounds good. Also, thank you. So we're gonna draw. Ah, shoot! I forgot to. Yeah, we don't have any. We don't have any lamps in our house that are what I'm going for.
I have no idea what you're going for, but there's a lamp literally right next to you.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm going for. Like all the lamps we have are like this, which is like a metal pole with a lampshade on it.
It's like a simple cylindrical fabric shade. Have you described at any time?
Well, this one I sketched here is I think what I want to do. I was trying to remember if we had any, different shapes of lamp in our home, and I meant to do a quick survey.
We do not.
But yeah, we don't. But I think something like this is fine.
Yeah, I feel like what you've drawn is perfectly
It's a little lumpy, but something like that.
It is readable and recognizable as a lamp.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to draw this table next. And honestly, I think the hardest part is going to be getting it so the top of it looks like it's in the right perspective. Thank you, Kyle and Error. Oh, I got lost in thought there because I was like, "Ooh, what's the right way to make sure this is in perspective?" And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna both refresh my own memory and give a little bit of an art lesson here. So we have a perspective. Like, it's not perfect. Like, I haven't bothered to draw out the lines to make sure they're all going towards the same vanishing point, but I feel like they're close enough. We've got a decent perspective here with our chair, and I want the table next to it to look like it's, the top of it should be on the same plane as like the top of the seat part of the chair, right? So in order to figure out the correct angle of that ellipse, this is I'm trying to draw like the rectangle that will contain that shape. That's not too bad. As I was drawing it, it seemed worse, but I think that's okay. So we have that, and then the next thing you would do is, wait, is this right? Or do we actually want to do, God, I haven't done this in so long. This is maybe more what we want. Okay, so then you have these guidelines, and basically, you want your ellipse to touch at each of these points, and then this gives you kind of a guideline for where to draw each arc of it. Obviously, in our case, we're just going to use an oval, but that gives us kind of something to go on for whether or not we're getting the right shape here. I think this is actually end up too small, but it'll give me a starting point. So I feel like I have the right height to width, basically, is what I'm trying to figure out. So yeah, like, I feel like that's not bad. It's not perfect, but and then, like, that's definitely a little smaller than I intended. I'm trying to think. I don't think, yeah. Like, ideally, I'd like to scale this up but keep the same proportions. But that is not an option. I guess I'll just kind of eyeball it in the end. It's fine. Yeah, perfect. Just delete the whole thing. Oh, I had it. I had it. Why is this so hard? I don't know why it is, but sometimes it's just really hard to click on certain objects. Like, it should have been easy to click on that because it was in front of the oval. Okay, now we're going to duplicate that to give us some thickness here. Fill that in white for now. Okay, that's pretty good. And then we need some legs. I have sometimes kind of cheated, like when I did the stairs, like the what you call it, the poles of the stairs. I just used a round rect, and like the curve is completely wrong, but I was like, it's close enough. I think I might do that here. Oh, this needs to be filled in also. Let's give that. It's better. And my thought has been like, this is a, super easy way to get something that looks kind of right. And then later, if I decide I care about making it look better, I can always do it later. Just, replace this with a, I could even do a bitmap, or I could take the time to, do a shape that has less of a curve down here. But I think that's okay. Hello, Edenwaith. Good to see you. I like the round rects. I would prefer if I had control over the radius of the corners. But as far as I can tell, that's not an option. Although it took me 7 weeks to draw a line, so, maybe I just haven't figured it out yet.
Did you see 6-7's question?
No. Are you familiar with the joke about purgatory and cats? No, I am not. I would love to hear it. On the table, there's going to be a book about forgotten lore. Trying to make this wider. I think it just made it narrower. Okay, so now we need 2 back legs. Just kind of rough in the placement here, and then I'll adjust them. Where do cats go when they die? Purgatory. And then we have the same question and answer, and I assume that's Spanish? Is the Spanish important to the joke somehow? Yeah, that's not half bad.
The link in media sharing is to a Tumblr post that says, I found a pun that works in both English and Spanish.
Oh, okay, nice.
And it works in both because in English it's purgatory, and then in Spanish, the word gato, or cat, is part of the word
okay.
purgatorio.
Nice. That's great.
It also works in Italian. Now I'm just going to scroll through this Tumblr post. Also works in French. Although
French.
this person
Chat.
is not showing their work. They might be inserting the French word for cat into purgatory in French. I don't know. It works in Portuguese using the same principle as Spanish.
Interesting. That's great, though. I love that. All right. Lamp time.
There are comments, and someone confirms that the French version was altered.
Okay.
The word chat does not appear in the French word for purgatory.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna use this as a starting point for the lamp. Just a smaller oval.
It probably works best in text form in various languages.
Sure. Yeah. I'm just thinking about how to draw this. Maybe I wanna do this. Just add in a bunch of ovals to kind of give me the shape, and then I can kind of draw the outline that connects the ovals, which is kind of approximating what I would do to try to draw this accurately on paper. Maybe this is too big. Maybe these are both too big. Maybe it's fine. I'm going to draw it and we'll see how it looks. Thank you for the water bird.
Oh yeah. I forgot. I have my Honkai Star Rail headphones in, but not my stream headphones.
Oh, you missed your loon?
I did. It's very sad.
I mean, you can do another one.
There we go. I'm dual wielding headphones.
Oh, wow, that's really bad. I wonder if it might be worth...
those Himalayan salt lamps.
I wonder if it might be worth doing a pixel art lamp. To make it a lot easier to get the shape I want. Let's do it. So I can continue to use this as a starting point if I make a bit box and capture bits. So capture bits basically captures whatever is inside the box, and then we can copy that and paste it into Mac Paint. Okay. So here we have more control. So I can start with some lines connecting these. had it and then I moved a pixel as I was letting go. Okay. Now we get rid of all this stuff. Whoops. Okay, still looking pretty lumpy, but now it's a little easier to finesse things. Silver is all done with his presentation. Said, I apparently just needed to start writing. I finished my presentation. Fantastic. And congratulations. I think mine's going to be finished extremely last minute. But that's okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So my thought is we have a shape kind of like this, which I think I'm just going to say that's fine. And then we'll have like a post that sticks up here. Is that too big? I'll do that. I'm just trying to figure out if everything's in a realistic place here. I think that's good. And then we need a lampshade. Is that too big? Maybe a little too big. This is still off center, but how much? 1 pixel, of course. Okay, that's fine. I can fix that. There, perfect. Okay. Oh. This oval is too flat. I don't know why I didn't realize that sooner. It's much flatter than the other ovals I've drawn. So this looks weird to me. I'm going to try this. Yeah, that looks worse. Thank you for the Loon Culinary. All right, we're deleting that. I do kind of wish I had... okay, it's still on the clipboard. Let's save this. No, we're not doing HyperCard. This is World Builder. It's annoying because I can't, for some reason, it pasted in with this huge selection and I can't move the selection off the screen. So I think I just gotta move the lamp over here and then paste this in. And now I have what I wanted without destroying my lamp. But I wanted to save first in case I did something accidentally. Okay, so now I have a reference for like the proportions of the oval I should use for the lampshade, which is very helpful. Hello, Res Mason. Great to see you again. What's God in Hot People Town? I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that question. But I'm doing great, and I hope you are too. Happy Friday. I feel like this is a pixel off again. How do I keep doing this? Cursed. Okay. That's a good, like, bottom of the lampshade shape. And then, actually, I'm just going to swipe this oval here. It's a little chunky, but it's about the size I want, I think. Is that centered? Seems pretty good. I miss when apps unironically had menus called goodies. Yeah, it's pretty good menu item to have. And also just like the stuff that's in the goodies menu. Like I love this little shortcuts thing. Just the design of this little screen and all the information it gives you. Wait, undo? What?
Did you not know that it had an undo?
No, I'm trying to figure out, like, that's tab, right?
Mm.
Tab is undo?
Isn't it escape?
No.
Okay.
Like, here's the keyboard I have. First of all, like, this isn't the keyboard that would have gone with this computer. It's kind of similar, but like there was no escape back then, I don't think.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so it is. Oh, so shoot, I gotta look up what that would be on an original. Like, I'm just confused because, like, does that do something different than Command Z, or is it just a single key way to undo? Original Mac keyboard. Like, would that have been a tilde? Oh, come on. Bigger. Enhance. Okay, yeah, it's a tilde key. Yeah. Fascinating. So with the way I have this set up, I can do that key. I just have to use I've got this little key here, which is a lovely Mac Finder icon, and this works as a modifier. So if I hold that down, then escape works as a tilde. So let's see how this works here. Okay, yeah, so it's exactly the same as undo. It's just a single key way to do it. That's really interesting. I do not remember that existing at all. Delete is clear. What? Why did they put this dotted line on these keys? Are they trying to suggest it does the same thing as the keys on the other side?
Unclear.
Fascinating. Like, I keep learning / remembering things about this program, and I'm looking at this now, trying to make sure I'm not missing anything else that would be really helpful. So you can double click these tools to do different things. Double click for brush shape is really helpful. Anyway, yeah, love the goodies menu. Do we ever look at this? Oh, that's just a more basic help screen. All kinds of good stuff in there. Glad you like the keyboard. This is, let's see. There's links to the keycaps and the case, if that is of interest to anyone. I've been really happy with it. This isn't a keyboard I use for day-to-day, like normal programming stuff. It's just for our streaming computer, which is a little weird to go back and forth. Like I normally use a modern Apple, like super low profile keys, which I just find faster to type on. But aside from like the weirdness of going back and forth, I like this a lot. Where greater and less than on there? Yeah, I was wondering that too. Like, maybe if we're... Yeah, that makes bigger and smaller font, which makes sense. Oh, are they in other shortcuts as well? Okay, yeah. So command and then change font is with command shift arrow. But I still don't understand the dotted lines. So that would be right shift and right option, which I don't actually have a right option on my keyboard. I'm not going to worry about it. All right, we got this. Looks pretty much like a lamp. Why'd this get weird over here? I guess it's lined up. The line is lined up different. Let's see if I can just... I like the right half. Let's flip it. I think I managed to get that perfect. Yeah, okay. Something feels not quite right, but I'm going to do my best to not worry about it. It's pretty good.
Recognizable as a lamp.
Yeah. The one thing I'm still thinking about is shading it. Like, this is a little tricky because it would help to shade it in the scene, but we can't really do that. There's no way to do like a pattern fill. Like we could, in here we can do this and fill that in, for example. But now that it's a pixel art lamp, we can't do that in World Builder. So I'm just trying to think of what is the easiest way to go about this. I definitely want to save and then create a new file here. And I'm gonna close this off for shading purposes. I'm also gonna put a line in here that we're gonna delete later. Let's try that. I guess now that I've done that, like the lamp is our main light source, so that shading doesn't make sense. Mm. Gotta think about this more. Rez Mason is saying, to the tune of Ants Marching by Dave Matthews Band. Unfortunately, I am not familiar with that song, I don't think. When you make a selection in a Photoshop type application, little ants patrol its sides, thanks to Bill Atkinson. He went out to a bar once, got inspired by a beer advertisement. I did not know that detail. That's delightful.
I can't conjure the melody right now, but I'm sure you have heard the song Ants Marching.
Yeah. It seems fairly likely. Okay, so once again, I'm just trying to give myself a shape to fill in. Although now that I've drawn this line, I don't know, maybe I kind of want that to be there instead of something I erase afterwards. I don't know. Let's try it both ways. Yeah, I like that better. I'm going to go up. Kind of make this a more gradual curve. This is tricky. Very tricky. To put a mask on moving lines to demarcate the edge of a region, countless concepts first debuted in MacPaint, HyperCard, and QuickTime. QuickTime? Marching ants in QuickTime? It kicked off a paradigm. I can't imagine marching ants in QuickTime, but QuickTime used to be able to do a lot more things that I have kind of forgotten about. I kind of miss when QuickTime could do all the weird stuff it used to be able to do. But it was probably the right decision to remove all that. I want to fill this in, but also it doesn't make sense. That should be the lightest colored part, right? Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. Okay, so that's kind of a compatible fill. That's pretty good. Can we get weird? Oh, I like this. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
And then, like, this should be something a little bit darker, I think, since it's like a metal rod. Do that, and I'll give it a little highlight, maybe. Sure. We'll see how that looks in place. Hopefully it's perfect. Ooh, Hinton says, my presentation is now 8 slides, including a title screen and credits. Wow. You're trying to show us all up here, I think. I think I read that on Mac Folklore. Oh, Res Mason said, well, no, just a lot of paradigms Atkinson contributed. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Hinton is referring to a bunch of friends are doing a little hangout tomorrow, and we are coming up with game ideas to present to each other. Kind of with it's just a fun little thing to do for fun. So, everybody gets to choose their own way to present it and their own level of detail to put in.
It's kind of like a game jam, but we're not actually making games. We're just coming up with ideas for
Right.
them.
Which I think is a very neat idea.
Hinton intends to win.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, no. So this is a thing I thought of at one point, but this is the first time it's actually come up. So if we have a single bit box that has an enclosed bitmap shape, it's smart enough to say, okay, this is an outline, and inside of that shape should be opaque. But our lamp is too big to fit in a single bit box. So we have a shape that's not enclosed. And because of that, we do not have an opaque lamp. But
Just say it's glass.
I mean, I could fix it easily enough. It's not that hard to fix. Actually, no. It's a little bit hard to fix. Worst case scenario. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do this now. I think what I can do is I can make the lamp shade and the post a single bit box. And then the rest of it will be a separate shape. Which might actually work out because it's possible, like when we take the light bulb out of here, we maybe want to have the lamp shade get removed. So if that's a separate shape, that's like easier to do.
Oh, I forgot that we also had a light bulb puzzle to solve.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back into Mac Paint and split those up. Silver, I don't think it's a competition, but I mean, I guess if anybody wants to make it a competition...
Anything can be a competition if you try hard enough.
Yeah. In my opinion, we'll all win. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete all this from this shape. And then this one, I'll have to redraw the top of this oval. Not bad. Don't need that anymore. So there's this weird thing, like I keep moving things to the center and then copying from there, which is just because of, I guess, really, yeah, I don't know. Just the way things paste into World Builder is weird. Okay, that should be fine. A watched clock never boils, and the accompanying video about it were brilliant. I don't know what you're referring to.
Culinary is referring to Hinton's video about the app for Watch the Clock Never Boils.
Yes. Thank you. I was just drawing a blank. Do you think you could look up that video to share in chat? For anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about.
I probably could.
Hinton made a very good clock app that unfortunately is illegal on Tim Cook's App Store, but it is available for Android.
I don't remember if that was a publicly available YouTube
Oh, I thought it was?
video.
But I could be wrong.
Hinton could answer that question, or if they have a link handy, whisper it to me. But I'll see what I can find.
I feel like I keep missing things in chat here. And said I have credited myself in the credits. That's important. You should give yourself credit. What am I doing? Opening this. Going to our study. And we have one shape we can paste in. So that's perfect. That's like exactly the right height. And other ones in our scrapbook here. Hooray! We've done it. And it's opaque now. Just gotta bring this to front. I keep choosing the wrong thing. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And I'm pretty happy with the shading. Yeah, that looks... Honestly, this is coming out better than I thought it would. I'm also a little bit tempted, like, everything's on a nice diagonal here. I'm a little bit tempted to make the back wall on that same angle, but maybe that's not the right move. I am going to go ahead and put in a shape back here. Just to kind of get an idea of how it looks with that filled in. Set back. That line's too thick. Maybe it would look better on an angle. Let's try it. And said, oh yeah, I updated for Android recently because Silver complained. All right. Thank you, Res Mason. So yeah, this is exactly what I thought, which is that, like, there's nothing wrong with it going off to the right like that, but I don't like the way it feels. I almost wonder...
What if you do another diagonal going the opposite way to make it like the corner of a room?
Yeah, that's an option. Now that feels too weird. Yeah, maybe I should do the corner. Maybe that's the best idea. I was just kind of thinking about, you know, the back of the chair doesn't have to be parallel to the wall. It can be at any angle. But yeah, I think I like the corner of the room idea. Where do I want the corner to be? So many choices to make. That seems pretty good. I was just thinking about lighting. Like in the hallway, when you open the secret passage to this room, it's like it's dramatically lit, so the passage is very dark, but you can see like some light coming out. And if I wanted to do that same thing here, I would have some like concentric circles behind the lamp, so like it's casting light on the wall, which I could do, but also sounds like kind of a pain in the butt. So I don't know if I will. I'm just thinking about it now. I'm not sure how, like, I imagine this room being dimly lit, but not, I don't want it to be super dark. There's there's a cat, I guess now. I guess, I originally was thinking that the person would be reading a book in here, but now that's a cat. I was about to say the cat wouldn't be reading a book, but I guess the cat could be reading a book. But that might be hard to draw in a way that makes any sense. Silver, I'm not going to draw a fireplace. We've already spent too much time on this room. But that is a great idea if I had more time. I think just doing a little corner like this is good. That's not pixels. Get out of here. I grabbed the wrong one. Okay. Okay, so this should be a different shade. Should it be darker? Yeah. I'm not super worried about like perfect realism in the lighting. Just as long as it kind of feels right-ish. The other thing is, I can't decide if I want a pattern on the ground here. In some scenes we have that. In a lot of them, especially like I feel like the last couple I've drawn, I've tried to leave the foreground area white, just because it makes it a little easier to work with stuff if there's not a background shape everywhere. And then also, like, if everything has a pattern, it just gets kind of busy. But I can't decide. I guess I'll draw a shape and fill it in, and we'll see how it looks. Worth trying at least. So I'd probably go with something lighter. Is there any kind of interesting floor pattern we could use? I don't hate that. I feel like these two patterns are too close in value, but I could tweak that. Let's try this. Fill these in like that. And then make these lighter. I thought I would like that more than I do. Like, it makes more sense if the light is coming from the lamp. I'm also realizing I think the perspective on this arm is a mess. That's bothering me. Yeah, Silver's reply to that seems accurate, I suppose. This is the kind of thing where if I could, I would I would try this a couple of different ways and then put them all side by side and, compare to get a better idea of which one I like best. But, obviously I could, take a screenshot of this on my modern computer, but that's cheating. Also, like, I can't show that easily, so I'm just trying to think if I like this or not. Let's try a couple more floor patterns and see if there's anything we like better. And then I'm going to try... See, I think that's too dark. I want something lighter. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with this for now. And then this shape here is just... okay, I'm going to save this. The only way I can save is to close. Just in case I regret what I am doing here. I'm just going to delete this shape and completely redraw it. I think the problem is... Actually, let's go ahead and reshape this a little. This line should come up higher, I think. And here's where it gets messy, because with all these patterns, it's super hard to tell what the hell I am doing now. I probably should have changed some of these fills to white, but I'm going to try it this way first and see how it goes. It might be okay. Yeah, I might be able to fix that. Does that work better? I didn't think I wanted the top of the arms to have the same fill, but I almost feel like that works well. And then the cat can be a lighter color that, stands out more. Culinary, don't tell me the back of the chair is fucked up. I know it's all fucked up. I'm just doing my best to fix it with little tweaks here.
One little tweak I can think of, just from looking at it right now. Let me extract myself from my cocoon of wires.
Sure.
Can you take this line and nudge it in somewhat?
I could certainly try.
Is not in line with the edge of the back.
Right. We'll see what happens. That looks better to me. What do you think?
I wasn't looking. It's very subtle, but yeah, I think it is.
This needs to be fixed, obviously.
Yeah.
God, this is such a mess. I'm going to change some of these fills because this is really hard to look at. I mean, even with the white fills, it's kind of impossible to see, like, which point am I moving here? Who can say? Good night, 6-7. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. I'm missing a lot of chat, but I think a lot of you are just kind of talking amongst yourselves. I do want to catch up here and make sure I didn't miss anything important. Rez Mason says, I asked because I'm in a creative community called Merveille. We're all about grayscale, monochrome, and legacy software platforms. We had a hypercard jam Oh! Yes! I was like, that sounds kind of familiar. I came across the itch page for that hypercard jam recently, and I was like, oh man, this is so cool. I love that people are still, getting together and doing stuff like that. That's super cool. And there's a bunch of games in that I want to check out at some point. eventually I will do a stream series focused on HyperCard, and I will definitely be checking out some of those. Let me finish reading your message now. I got very excited. We had a Hypercar Jam a couple years ago, and I'm curious about who else is out there congregating around this type of stuff. Yes. Yeah, this friend group is not really like I'm the one that's most into like old Mac stuff like this and monochrome. But we're certainly all into, like retro stuff in a more general sense. And definitely, like we're not making full games or any, not anything finished or even playable. At least, certainly, most of us aren't. Maybe one of us is. My plan is to just do some little sketches because that's kind of I want to visualize my ideas, but I don't want to have to create them. It's for me. It's a fun opportunity to explore some game ideas that I wouldn't want to like have to go to the trouble to build myself. All right, so now that Culinary has pointed it out, I'm going to tweak this a little. It's still not going to look perfect, but I do think it could be a little bit better. Maybe we'll see how this goes.
I think our Wi-Fi has gone bad.
Oh, that hasn't happened in so long.
Yeah. Our Wi-Fi is so bad that I just got an error message for Star Rail that's in Chinese.
Oh, wow. For when you said that, I was like, I'm looking at OBS for any errors, and I'm like, it looks fine, but then I realized, oh, right, I'm on Ethernet.
Dum-dum.
Yeah. I'm a dum-dum. We all know this. It took me 7 weeks to draw a line.
Well, I guess I'm done playing Star Rail for tonight.
I mean, it should come back.
Sure.
Usually it just does a reboot.
But a watched login page never will connect.
Like, I think I'm back online now on my iPad. Yeah.
My laptop is not.
Okay, I'm back to catching up on chat now. Hinton said a while back, am I the only one who thinks it looks exactly right? Maybe.
Procrastinating what, Hinton? Also, my laptop is back online. I finished my presentation, all 4 slides of it.
All right. Well, actually, I was about to say I'm done, but I want to... The back curve of this is not right, and oh God. I know I can fix it. Maybe, what if... what if I just made this whole shape a little bigger? Is that a terrible idea? It probably is. No, that was good. That's better. Yeah, none of it's perfect, but I'm happy with that now, I think. All right, I forgot what fill I had on this. But is there anything? Yeah, that's too much. It's way too much. Was I using that? Yeah, I was using that before. Okay. These feel like they're too bright. It's better. Okay. I feel like this should be a little darker, but I'm trying not to, again, go super overboard with the pattern. So I think I'll leave that like that, highlights the lamp very well, which we do want to draw attention to. And also, like, that's our light source. So that's good. I gotta draw a cat. I gotta draw this cat now. Someone should make a Snapchat PowerPoint mashup called Slide into Your DMs. All right. Let's give a little text for the study here. You're in a small study with a very comfortable looking chair next to trying to think of a different word other than small. Like, I want to give the impression that this isn't a big room. Next to a table with a lamp on. Yeah, whatever. As I've mentioned many times in the past, my brain cannot write interesting sentences on stream for whatever reason. I'll clean that up later. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we want to call out in the description. This might be a description that ends up needing to be done in code because various things are going to change. For example, the cat will eventually disappear, and then we'll be able to remove the lampshade and take the light bulb. Ooh, we're going to have to do a darker version of this room. For the most part, that's not too concerning. However, that does mean I will need to do an alternate bitmap version of the lamp. But I guess we'll figure that out when we get there. Hinton says, if someone wants a free game idea from my game ideas text file, apparently at some point I just wrote down World Pete's. Is that like world peace, but instead of peace, it's a bunch of people named Pete?
Pete's of the world.
Yeah, cozy is also a thing I was thinking of. And then I can use small here without it being repeated. All right, that's fine for now. I think I'm going to draw this cat separately. Ooh. Ooh.
Yes?
I was about to say I think I should draw a bitmap cat, because then I can really get it to look as good as possible. But then I remembered how we have a dog that I did not draw bitmap, and I guess I feel like I don't want the cat to look like a drastically different style than the dog. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's a bad idea.
My phone was doing a thing. I didn't hear all of the words of that sentence. What about the dog?
I'm just trying to decide. Like, we have a vector dog.
Uh-huh.
I don't want the cat to look drastically different. So I feel like I should do a vector cat, even though it's going to be a lot harder and I'm not going to be as happy with it.
I think you should try to push down that impulse and draw it in the way that you think will make it look nicest.
So you think I should do bitmap?
Yeah.
Okay. Counterpoint. Mm-hmm. The cat's going to be too tall. And we're going to run into the same situation we did with the lamp, where it's not an enclosed object anymore.
Okay, well, you've exceeded my understanding of the
That's
situation
fine.
here. Why would the cat be too tall? Simply don't draw it tall. Simply draw it the right size.
Sure. Yeah. That makes sense.
But seriously though, why would the cat be too tall? I don't understand.
If the a bitmap object can only be a certain height, like this is about as tall as it can be.
Okay.
Before it ends up getting split into two objects.
Okay. I see.
And if it's split up into two objects like that, then it won't be opaque, so the background pattern will show through. I think what I might try doing is I'm going to at least start drawing it vector, and we'll see how it goes. I might end up doing like a pixel art head just so I can get a little more detailed. And also, if I feel like it stands out from the dog too much, I can go back and do something similar with the dog. You think that's the perfect size for a cat? Yeah, I guess I just, here's the cat I'm going to draw, and I guess I picture it being just a tiny bit taller. Let's see here. Bitbox. So it needs to come down to about here. Wait, what? Huh. So, what? So it's letting me do a very big bitbox, but if I paste something in, it gets broken up.
Weird.
Is there a way I can give myself a large bitbox and then paste into it? I'll just experiment with this, like this text. So let's make this big, and we'll go into paint bits mode, and then, yeah, okay, so that's, I don't think there's any way to create a box like this. I guess I'll try it in zoom bits. Yeah, I can't paste into this either. So we can make a bigger bit box, but then we're limited to drawing this way with all we get is a pointer, and that's it. And it's really clunky. It's not a good way to draw. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna try doing this with the polygon tool and see how it goes. I agree, the size is good, from foot to top of the head, but then I want the tail to come down because of the perspective. So with the perspective factored in, I feel like it's just a little bit too short. Now I'm trying to figure out where to start. So I'll start with this paw. Actually, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a very rough cat shape here, and then I'm gonna take this into a different window, and then I will finish up the cat there. I think that's a better way to do it, because it's really hard to work with all these patterns underneath. Maybe I want to change this up and have the tail kind of hanging down here. We'll see. I could change my mind. Perfect. I'm basically done now. That's so rough that I can't tell if that's a fun idea with the tail or not. It looks extremely weird, but also, it's a extremely rough and messy cat. I'll probably ditch that, but we'll see. Okay, so that gives me the size I want, at least. I think. Maybe a little smaller. Y'all have me thinking maybe I want to draw the cat too big. So... This shape is so funny.
Why is it like that? I wasn't looking.
I'm just trying to rough in the, general shape and size of it. Okay. And then I'm going to take this into a different document.
Okay.
And redraw it there. Yeah, okay. I was trying to draw a tail kind of hanging down. Right. I don't know that it's working, but it's also hard to tell because this is drawn so hilariously. What do you think? Is that a good cat size,
yeah,
everyone?
Cat size.
Okay.
I would vote maybe for making it a little shorter and rounder overall.
Sure. Well, my goal is to make it look more like this cat I've sketched on paper. Res Mason said, what if you go this route but use Res Edit to paste the art into the project? That's a very interesting idea. And I respect it, but I don't think I'm going to. Honestly, it scares me a little to mess with the game data and Res Edit. Like, it would probably be fine, but it would worry me a little that I would goof something up and not realize it until later. Okay, so now we're going to create a new object. Name it cat. We need a name for the cat. Y'all got to brainstorm names for this cat for me. If you don't mind.
It says, trace your sketch cat on cling wrap, then put cling wrap on your monitor and draw pixels underneath it. I saw this somewhere sometime recently.
So, I actually considered ideas along those lines.
For this project or like just in your life?
For this project. Okay. I'm trying to remember exactly what I was thinking of. I think mostly I got as far as like thinking, oh, I could sketch things on my iPad and then somehow bring those into System 6 or, use some kind of overlay situation to, use it as a reference. But then I decided that felt like cheating too much. Like, I have tried to approach this approximately, using the limitations of the era, which I think is, for me at least, a more fun way to approach it. And, like I've been saying, like, I don't care about this all being perfect. I'm much more about embracing the constraints and just seeing what I can do with it, even if it's not ideal.
Oh, I suppose I better get to work compiling these cat names. Because they just
we got so many.
They just keep coming.
Okay. We have so far Brisket, Slinky, Gadzooks, Bippo, Mordecai, Curly Q, Pete, Sinclair, Damocles, and Finnegan. These are all very good. Thank you. I was looking at the size I ended up with and wondering if this would actually... Oh, let's do this. I'll do this.
We got more name options than can fit in even
what?
2 polls.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's tough. Y'all got to figure out how to narrow things down more. Shoot, I've got art down here somewhere, and I can't get to it. Oh crap! Oh crap! Okay, I'll do this. I'll copy this cat, and then we'll abandon. We'll abandon what we've done here, and then we'll just paste the cat back in. Okay, let's try this again. Scrapbook. Copy. I just want to figure out how tall a pasted... Oh, it's like, it's right there, minus the tail. And I was thinking I could potentially do the tail as like a separate object. Especially because part of this is going to be behind the arm of the chair. So let's...
Very good, Kylaner. I will add that to the list.
Mananan. Oh, is this an evil cat? So, I am going to do this in MacPaint after all.
Okay, we could now do... actually, let me double check how many options you can have in a poll. I thought it was 4, but maybe... It's 5, actually. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down the list of what I have here. Do one poll at a time, and then it'll be like the winners of each poll.
Yeah.
Against each other in the final poll.
Perfect. Okay. So I got to stay within this height, and I think we'll be okay. Because I didn't really put any ears on, I'm going to shorten this by a couple pixels.
How long should I do each poll, you think?
No more than 3 minutes. What are the options under that? Is there like 1 or 2?
3, 2, and 1.
Let's do 3. I mean, it's going to take me a while to draw this cat, so that's fine. I'm trying to decide how to proceed from here. I think I'm just going to try roughing things in with the pencil. A little less rough than what I have now. Oh, shoot. Man, is there a way to not auto erase? Because normally that's great, but right now it's unhelpful. I guess I'll come back and draw that other ear later.
Poll 1 is up. Get your votes in.
All right, nice. Who do we have in poll number 1?
In poll number 1, we've got Brisket, Slinky, Gadzooks, Bippo, and Mordecai.
Geez, that's tough. Those are some good names.
There is room in the third poll for one more name, but after that I will cut it off.
Okay. Currently have a 3-way tie here.
Yeah, I didn't consider what to do if there were ties.
I mean, we'll keep doing polls until we get down to 1. Oh, no.
Oh, no?
It's a 4-way tie now.
Yeah.
We could also hold back our own votes to be tiebreakers.
Sure.
Whoever just voted for Gadzooks is very rude. I know you did that on purpose.
Okay, Allie is our final cat name candidate that will be going into poll number 3.
Nice.
We are no longer accepting new cat names. The poll should be appearing at the top of chat. Res Mason?
Yeah.
I don't think there is any mechanism for changing your vote, Edenwaith, unfortunately. There will be additional polls, and then we're going to do this like tournament style, where the winners of each poll will go into a final poll.
How? I guess I want... This needs to come out a little bit more. I'm probably getting too detailed too early here, but... I'm a little unsure of how to start making this more cat-like. And I just... Almost any detail I can start filling in seems a little bit useful.
Get your votes in quick. Time's a ticking.
We're now at a 3-way tie between Brisket, Slinky, and Gadzooks. Gadzooks took the lead. Interesting.
That was actually me tossing in my...
Okay.
My vote to be a tiebreaker.
I put in a last-minute vote for Brisket.
Okay, I will put an asterisk next to both of those. We should have enough room for... as long as there are not more than 2 winners in the remaining polls, I think we can work with this. Okay, thank you all for your votes. I will now begin preparing poll number 2.
Yes, thank you very much. We're kind of getting there. I can't decide if these legs are too skinny. And now I'm wondering if they're too close together.
Make sure. Okay, yes, I've got them all correct. Same deal, 3 minutes. Vote starts now.
Okay, this round we have Curlicue, Pete, Sinclair, Damocles, and Finnegan. Nice.
We should probably let the cat decide. That would be fair, but it might be hard for the cat to choose since it doesn't exist yet.
Oh, pixels. Finnegan taking the lead. Damocles in second. Curlicue has come up to tie Damocles for second place.
Finnegan appears to be the favorite for this round.
I mean, it's a pretty good name.
Yeah.
It's starting to look more like a cat.
The cat would just knock the name off the table.
I can't decide which one I'm going to vote for. I guess. How does this? Have you been keeping track of the total votes each one got?
All I did was put an asterisk next to the winners of the first round.
Okay.
The tied winners.
I was just thinking, I feel like the two winners of the first round each had 3 votes. Which would mean that Damocles, like if we were going just by number of votes.
My plan was I am keeping track of the winners of each poll, and then I will create a final poll.
Sure. That's fine.
In which case, keeping track of the specific votes for each poll, which is far outside of my energy level at this time of night.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Is not necessary.
I was just thinking of the way I did it with when we named the little sweetie.
I see.
I kept track of the total votes. I think it ended up working out very similarly. But
that just sounds like a lot of effort.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a little more work. So I think at some point very soon here, I want to, even though this is far from done.
Poll 3 is up.
Okay, poll 3, we have Mananan, Sherbet,
whatever.
Booba, Moxie, and Allie.
I would read that as Allie anyway.
Yeah.
I like Hinton's comment. Rounds are independent. No cat name should have to compete with a cat name it didn't know about yet.
That's fair. I'm just thinking about the current leader in this poll and having some mild concerns.
I mean, you can always exercise editorial discretion.
Yeah. It is funny. But I'm not quite convinced. Trying to decide who to vote for here. These are all pretty good.
That is true, Hinton. How are you going to put Booba in a poll and think it wouldn't win?
Right. Well, I mean, I didn't... If I were making the poll, I probably would have vetoed it before creating the poll.
I was just writing down all of the options as they came in.
Sure. I think I'm going to put a vote in for Sherbet. I can't decide what's my favorite overall. All right, that's kind of cat-shaped. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that this is a single shape when I paste it into World Builder. Before I start tweaking it further. And I can also double check that things are looking roughly correct. Silver says, this is how 90% of public name voting trucks votes end up as Trucky McTruckface and Bodie McBoatface. Exactly. I guess I'll start by pasting it into here. Oh no! Oh no.
Oh no?
It's 2 shapes. Man. I mean, I think I can work with that. It's just...
Okay.
That's...
Booba has won the poll.
Booba has won.
Sherbert is in second with 3 votes.
Uh-huh.
Do you want... There's one more space in the winner's circle poll. Do you want to toss that in there, or just go with Brisket, Gadzooks, Finnegan, and Booba as our finalists?
Let's put... Thank you for the troll hit. And let's put Sherbet in there as well.
Okay.
And oh heck, hello, Jitspo. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Great to have y'all here. Thank you for the fanfare, Culinary. Got it correct. Wonderful. Let me give you a shout out. What were y'all up to tonight? Software and game development as well. Feel free to let me know what you're working on. I would love to hear about it. I'm Robot Spacer. My wife, Unsecret Crush, is here with me. And we are working on a game in World Builder, which is, if you're not familiar with it, a program from 1986 for the original Macintosh. We're working in System 6 from many, many years ago. And we're trying to make a little adventure game. Working on a silhouette-styled, momentum-focused platformer called Fist of the Forgotten. Fascinating. Sounds very cool.
So this is an awkward time to have to be creating a poll. But we're working on naming a cat.
Yes. So let me show you all what we're specifically working on right now. We've created this little study. And I'm currently drawing a cat that's going to be sitting on this chair. And this cat is going to be a character you can talk to. So we didn't need a name for our cat. And we took a bunch of suggestions and we've done a series of polls. And now it's time for the final poll that will determine what the cat is named.
It's awkward mostly because one of the winners of the last poll.
The winner of the last poll was Booba, which is a suggestion I would have not put in the poll, but my wife chose to do so anyway, and of course it won.
In my defense, I was merely collecting all of the names being suggested.
Yes. So we are going to leave it in for the final poll. However, well, you're welcome to vote for it, but please do so knowing that I might veto that choice if it ends up winning. So, I will strongly consider using it, but
for this final poll, do you want to extend it to 5 minutes or stick with 3?
Let's go a little bit longer, okay. 5 minutes, especially since we got a bunch of new folks in here. Welcome, Donho, Mika, Pyro GX Pilot. This is a emulator using Mini VMac, which is a fantastic emulator for older macOS versions. I do have an original Macintosh, but unfortunately it has not been operational for at least 20 years now.
And the first vote went where you would expect it.
Yeah. So our finalists are Brisket, Gadzooks, Finnegan, Booba, and Sherbet, which I think are all fantastic. But as noted,
you can't put Booba in the poll and not expect it to win.
I mean, so far Brisket's putting up a pretty good fight here, so this is very interesting. Hinton says, I would vote for Booba in a real election. Booba for mayor, for example.
I am in this particular poll withholding my vote until the very end for strategic purposes.
I think that's fair. I'm going to pause for a moment and think about where I want to put my vote. I'm going to put my vote in for Finnegan, I think. All right, so we're working on this cat here. I have a little drawing here that I did of a cat, and I am trying my best to get that into the game. There's a weird thing where a lot of the art tools in this are vector-based, and I wanted to do a bitmap cat so I could perfect it a little more. They're very clunky to deal with, vector tools. So for something small like this and for an important character, I think it's worth doing pixel art. But for whatever reason, if you paste in a large bitmap graphic, it can only be a certain height before it gets split up into two objects. And when that happens, the object will no longer be opaque in the center of it, which is a problem because we're going to be putting it on top of a chair that's got lots of dithered patterns on it. So we need to make this, it looks like maybe 5 pixels shorter. Or we could try to figure out a way to break it up into multiple shapes, which I am thinking about a little bit. For example, I could have the legs be a separate shape. We could make the head a separate object, which would also potentially allow us to, change the way the head is drawn. This program doesn't really do animation. We have put a little bit of animation into it, but I don't think I want to try to animate a cat. Like, we certainly can't animate the cat, like, talking or anything like that. So I think maybe just some different expressions at most.
What about tail? Like
having the tail move
going up or down
is an interesting option also. Like, we can't really do that, like, animate it, but we could have it move depending on the conversation.
What I'm imagining is, like, you draw the tail and, like, maybe the end curls up and then just basically flip-flop so the tail is flipping up and down.
I see. Yeah, we could potentially do that. It's a little tricky. You're not going to do mocat, no. Which would be difficult since we do not have a cat. We currently have a tie between Brisket and Booba. If there is a tie, and Booba is one of the results that have tied, I will pick the other one. I guarantee it. I was trying to think of a way, like, could we use Booba as a starting point and think of something like just like slightly different. That's like not quite so obvious, I guess, but I can't really think of anything. And also, like, changing the name after the poll seems.
Well, good news.
Oh, okay, good.
Brisket has a comfortable lead.
That's a pretty big last minute win there. Wonderful. Brisket it is. So now we can close this for a moment and...
Silver, you're too late. The submission period for cat names ended ages ago.
No one suggested Paimon. We should also, before I forget, put our cat in the study. And this cat is extremely valuable. But we also can't pick up the cat, so... No one can ever obtain the value of the cat.
Okay, we can't do anything as taxing as a poll anymore because I'm very tired.
Okay, that's fair.
I cannot be juggling that many pies.
Thank you all for your votes. And thank you for all your pie juggling. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm still kind of thinking about how to do this. I do think I like the idea of just making the head a separate object. I don't want to have like a line here, but I think I can kind of fudge that by just pasting a shape on top to hide the line. That shouldn't be too much trouble. So let's get this into our actual room and just make sure it looks roughly correct. Oh, right, it's not going to be opaque. That makes it hard to see. But yeah, I think that's about right. That's a good size. And the basic position of everything is good. I just got to polish it up a lot. Since we just had a bunch of folks come in, we should do a quick little demo of our game so far. So I'm trying to think of how much detail to give. the further we get along in this, like when I'm showing it off, I don't want to show all the solutions to puzzles in case anybody is able to eventually play this. I will eventually put it online, but obviously you will need either an older Mac or an emulator setup to play it. I am hoping we can eventually get it on the Internet Archive because I know they have a nice setup that lets you play older Mac games right in your browser. So hopefully that is something we can accomplish. But we start out in a bus stop here. There's lots of things incomplete. For example, there's a bus schedule here that we can get a close-up of, but it's just a white rectangle for now. And then we have a soup bone you can find in the library drop box. Totally normal house, twisty little path. This has a little greenhouse we can go inside. There'll eventually be a puzzle you do here. We have a dog here that we can give our bone to. And now we can search and find a hidden key in the back of the doghouse. And now we can unlock this door. No one's home. In here, we have a toilet and also search. If we search in here, we find this little device, which we have named the Little Sweetie. It's a little PDA style device that only does email. We can use the Sweetie, power it up. Eventually, we'll have a puzzle revolving around how to unlock it. Thank you for the flush, Hinton. For now, we have just made the code 1234. Oh, that was interesting. That was very slow. Fascinating. Hello, Z-Man. Welcome. But that was the one little bit of animation we've done so far. This is an important device in our game, and I thought it'd be fun to put a little bit in there. That's all we can do with this device for now. If you press OK, it just goes blank. Close that. And then the thing we're working on today is behind here. And we should be able to go north now? Okay. Well, not quite right, but you get the idea. Here's our study with apparently 2 cats, neither of which are looking great at the moment, but we're getting there. And that's brisket is what we ended up with, right?
Yeah.
That's brisket. How much do I charge? I don't really do any freelance art these days. This is all just for fun. Okay, I guess we could just leave that as it is for now and go back into Mac Paint. Brisket is astrally projecting into the study. Yes, that seems to be correct. Oh, no worries. Certainly not an unreasonable thing to ask about. Okay, here's our cat. So I'm going to try to figure out the shape of this back leg better. And the face a little more. Get a little nose in there. What does a cat nose actually look like? Does that seem okay?
Yeah.
I'm mostly allergic to cats. So, like, I like cats. I would love to not be allergic to cats and spend a lot of time with them. But I can't. And I feel like it was easier for me to draw a dog than a cat. Because of this.
I would bring the mouth. The mouth line should connect to the nose. And not be as long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also think that one whisker you've drawn is too low, maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was before I moved the mouth up.
Sure.
I'll get it.
Yeah. Now, Silver, why in the world would you jump to a sugar glider?
It's hard to draw. Okay, that's not too bad. Sugar glider. Fascinating.
That sounds expensive.
Does it?
I mean, I don't know where you get a sugar glider from, and I know not all vets will see exotic pets, and I'm pretty sure a sugar glider would absolutely qualify as an exotic pet.
Right.
Silver has a lot of extra sugar gliders he's trying to offload. That could be. We did not consider that possibility.
Where do these whiskers go? I'm gonna just very roughly. Thing I'm struggling with here is I feel like they should be kind of close together where they connect, but then it looks kind of messy.
Yeah, I feel like at this...
Oh, you know what I could do that might help?
I was gonna say, at this scale, I don't think they should connect.
Yeah, like I feel like what I did over here works well. Like where they just connected a single point.
On a real cat, like each whisker is its own like distinct
Yeah.
little doohickey.
Sure.
I don't know the face words. Follicle? Is that right?
Seems right. How long are cat whiskers? Like, is it wild to make it go all the way out here?
I don't think you should. Yeah, I don't think that would look right.
Another thing I was considering was because of the limitations we're working with here, I could do like a alternating pattern to make them more faint, which might help. Something like that. I don't know. I can't decide if I like that. It's tricky. But I would love to have just a shade of gray or two. It'd be pretty nice. That's getting there. Okay, I'm gonna I'm not completely happy with that, but it's okay for now. Paws don't quite seem right. All right, I'm avoiding this back leg. Like, honestly, the way I drew it, even in my sketch, is not great. Should I look at a reference? I've avoided looking at a cat reference for so long. I'm worried I'll regret it.
What was the thing exactly that you wanted to
The back leg, like the way I drew it in here, is not great.
Can I remember which headphones it is that I'm trying to take off of myself?
I don't know. Can you?
Yes, I did.
Good job.
I'm going to try not to holler since I'm like right up on the microphone.
I can't believe you're just going to draw on top of my cat.
I'm not going to draw on top of it. I'm going to draw next to it. Okay, so what you've got. Here's the back. Here's the leg. Leg kind of like chicken, like a chicken drumstick here, and then you just got a little,
bit of
paw that's like untucked. Yeah. Like the leg part is like under the haunch, and that's all you need to do.
Thank you.
Draw a little drumstick.
Okay. So I feel like we're not super far off here in overall shape. Starting to get late, huh?
Starting to? It's been late, my dude.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, dang it. I should just erase all this down here. Is that rightish?
I would zoom in again. I would erase that overlapping line.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't done there. Okay. I was just kind of roughing in the shapes.
I see.
I'm just trying to figure out if the overall shape of drawn here is... rightish. Drumstick. That is pretty good. I feel like this... yeah. It's got a little too skinny there, I think. We're getting there. We're slowly getting there. I guess I still got to draw the other hind leg. Simply choose the right pixels. That's a really good idea. Whoa, sorry about that. My tummy's a little grumbly, I guess. Where does the other hind leg go?
The other hind leg?
Yeah. The one in back. Kind of there?
Yeah, or you could just make the tummy bigger.
I suppose, yeah. I guess I still feel like
With
even if I
cats,
do
the other
that,
hind leg could be literally anywhere. That's so true.
that is true. Now I kind of want to have it. I almost wish we had this discussion earlier. I would maybe have drawn it a little more, sitting a little more goofy. But that does make me think, like, I was worried this was like sticking out too far. Like, it's gonna look subtle, but I'm gonna embrace it sticking out possibly a little farther than it ought to be.
Good night, Rose Mason.
Good night. Thanks so much for hanging out. Great to have you here.
Thanks for all the cat names.
Yes. It's close. Something about this paw I'm not quite happy with. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, now tail. So this starts to get a little tricky because, like, this part of the cat is going to be behind the arm of the chair. So I'm going to have to, like, I think what I'll do is I'll put it in the chair and then I'll have to do like a capture bits thing and bring that into here.
That sounds complicated.
Yeah, it is going to be a little complicated because basically we need to cut out or
How much? Do you know approximately where?
I might be able to cheat it in a way that we kind of make the arm of the chair part of the cat, so it's overlapping.
Where will the arm of the chair be?
I think it's going to end up kind of like this.
Okay. My suggestion is to simply have the tail come closer to the feet of the cat. And then it doesn't matter so much.
Right. I think what I'm going to do now is plop this in there again. Let's split this up into two objects just for test purposes. So we're going to have the body and then the head are going to be separate.
Whoa. I can't believe you decapitated that cat.
It's fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, there's our cat. See, it's fine. Okay. Feet on tail like the body is round cat.
Not quite like that. I believe the body is round cat is a palace cat. Those real big fluffy boys. That like to, like they in the cold weather, they're like cold weather wildcats.
Kyle and Error, thank you so much for hanging out and enjoy your basketball. Hope you have a great day.
Ooh,
okay. Sorry to interrupt.
They sit outside. They got all their toes in a row because it's cold out, and then they tuck the tail in and then kind of put their paws on top of the tail to maybe keep the tail warm. I don't actually know.
Interesting.
Or maybe it's to keep their toe beans warm. I've never looked into the reasoning for this behavior.
Keeping toe beans warm makes more sense to me. Although I guess I've never had a tail, so I don't know what that's like. I wouldn't think a cat would have a lot of, like, feeling in their tail. I guess there's no sense in doing this here. Let's drop everything into the actual scene. So yeah, like I mean, I could certainly position this so that it's not covered by the arm. But at the very least, I feel like the tail needs to be, and I think that's fine. Like it's going to be a little complicated, but that's okay. It's not going to be that difficult. It honestly doesn't even look that bad with the line, but what I was planning on is like we can just do a little rectangle that's filled in white and has no pen. And now it's a whole cat again.
That's a whole cat, all right.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to decide. Like, I guess I don't hate the way it looks with the cat, over to the arm like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we could do the tail. Actually, we could probably do the tail as a vector object.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Okay.
I need to go sneak a snack.
Okay. I can probably get a better looking tail if I draw it in a different window where I don't have these background patterns to fight with. But I just want to rough this in to see what it's looking like. Hey, that's not quite right. Like I feel like it's needs to be up. And I feel like it could use a little more curve to it just to give it more personality. But it's getting there. Hinton says this is like watching a medieval monk and vetting a cat based on stories they have heard from afar. That's great. Salt Ranger said if the tail is a separate object, could be a trigger for another interaction, like a death, maybe. I love that. That is great. And yes, we can absolutely do that. And also, if it's a separate object, then we can have it move around a little more easily. Messing with the cat's tail equals death. Okay, I probably won't go too much longer, but I do need a quick... Whoa, it startled me. It startled me because I was trying to wake up my Stream Deck, which had gone to sleep, and I was like, I thought I accidentally hit something. But thank you for the scream, Hinton. I will be back in just a minute.
Thanks.
Culinary. Thanks for the thanks. All right, let's see if I can improve this cattail a little. I'm gonna try nudging this cat around. For now, I'm gonna go ahead and delete this little box. I do think I'm gonna do that to cover up most of the line, but for right now, it's just kind of in the way. I'm trying to find like the exact like pixel perfect spot to position the cat. Mostly because I don't like this little blob of pixels we ended up with here, which I think is just the whiskers clashing with the background pattern. So like if I move it up or down a pixel, it should fix that. I also just want to be sure that this is where I want the cat to be. Yeah, I do think I actually like it kind of like it solves a problem, and I also like the way it looks kind of, you know, up against the arm of the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's looking a little better. Now that ear's kind of lining up with the chair in a weird way. Now I got the pixel blob back. Oh, now we got a different pixel blob. Maybe it's not a solvable problem. I'm just trying to decide which of these very subtle differences I like better. I'll get there eventually. Okay. That's the one I'm going with. So now I'm going to take these shapes and put them back into the actual cat object. And now I'm going to try to draw a better tail. I think I like the idea of having different tail states, but I think for the initial one, I want one that's kind of like this, but has more of a curve around this way. What software are you using? Can you draw anything? This is the program we're in right now is called World Builder. We have a variety of vector drawing tools, so we can do rectangles, round rects, ovals. Polygon is what I tend to use the most, which lets you just draw a bunch of lines that connect. And we have these various fills and pen lines we can choose from. We can also do what this calls a bit box, which is basically like a bitmap box where we can decide what each pixel looks like, which is what I've done with the cat. It's actually two shapes, one for the head and one for the body. And now I'm doing a polygon for the tail. We've also been doing some art in Mac Paint, which is a much better drawing tool for bitmaps. But I've mostly tried to stick to vector shapes because the main reason for that is just kind of using the tools the program itself is offering as much as possible. But also we want to try to keep the file size down so that it will run on an original Macintosh. That pen's a little too thick. That's pretty good. So if we keep the game under 400 kilobytes total, then it will run on the earliest Macintosh. All the way up to, honestly, it should run on a computer that can run much older versions of Mac OS X when they still had Rosetta, the original Rosetta, which allows those older computers, older Mac OS X computers, to run programs from before Mac OS X. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So the top of it is not quite right. I'm just trying to... Okay. That's pretty good. So let's go ahead and see what that looks like in the actual game now. I do not need a programmer. I am familiar with the language in here. I am both an artist and a programmer myself. Went to school for art. My programming knowledge is self-taught, but I've been doing it for a long time, so I'm pretty all right at it. Let's go ahead and cheat to get inside the house. And open our secret passageway. And there's our cat. Oh, we got a unfortunate tangent on the tail here.
Yeah, I would bring the tail
closer?
a little closer to the body.
Yeah. That would certainly solve the tangent.
Mm-hmm. I was just thinking, like, I feel like with the different dithering fill patterns, tangents must be even more of a headache than usual.
Yep. I went to school for graphic design. I do not have any formal programming education. That stuff's all self-taught. Redraw the entire room to fit around the cat better. A reasonable approach. Okay. So I think what I'm going to try to do is to get it like just a few pixels away from the feet. Actually, let's see if I can kind of fudge this just to picture it better. Somewhere like that, you think?
Yeah.
I'm going to redraw that just to make it have a little bit of a nicer curve. Hopefully. It could end up looking worse. Who knows? Got maybe a little too skinny there. I really wish it wouldn't constantly default back to a weird fill and pen. That ended up a little weird there. Hopefully I can fix it. I could always make this a bitmap tail, but yeah, there we go.
Beautiful.
Thank you. I am pleased with this cat. Okay, let's add that rectangle in again to cover up that little bit of... so the separate headpiece is not as obvious. Oh, right. I was thinking we should have probably a little bit of shading on our cat. I think I think I want the cat to be pretty bright, like really stand out. I mean, honestly, if for no other reason, like we already have a lot of dithering in the background scene. So if there's too much on the cat, it'll just get messy. But also, like, it draws attention to the cat, and like this is kind of an otherworldly cat, so maybe even like suggesting a little bit of a glow to it is kind of a fun detail. But I feel like it could use like a little bit of shading, like on the belly and this hind leg, just some little bit of subtle grays down there. So let's try to do that. That'll do in Mac Paint. Culinary says, I got a computer science degree and now my brain is permanently, I don't know how to describe, what is that creature, Culinary?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like
a large-eyed creature vibrating with anxiety.
It's not
Dark Souls basilisk.
Oh,
here.
okay. Fascinating. A basilisk. Wow.
Aren't those things that turn you to stone?
Yeah. What am I doing? Mac Paint. Cat. Okay. So I'm gonna duplicate these shapes. I probably won't do anything with the head, but what's the best way to do this? We can use... That's a good size, probably. What's a good pattern? Yeah, that's what I thought. I wish I could draw without having to worry that I'm going over the lines. Like, I want to get right up next to the lines without affecting them, which is very tricky. I guess probably the easiest way is just do it very carefully like this. And then I can kind of manually do some of the dithering. Okay, kind of messy in there. I don't really like that. Let's start over. I'm going to try a different pattern, I think. Hey, Ms. Ryan, great to see you. Hope you are doing well. Playing Curse of the Golden Idol. I really need to play that game. I feel like it is a game I will enjoy quite a bit. It sounds like I think when I initially saw it, I was a little put off by the art style, but I feel like the gameplay would be enjoyable, very much so. And like the art style, like I don't hate it. It just doesn't super appeal to me. Pretty dang good. Nice. Just did the DLC. Yeah, it seems like a lot of folks have been playing that because it just came out very recently, right? But one of these days, I will play that on a Tuesday stream. All right, let's try again. I've been avoiding this pattern because I have that on the chair itself. But this is a case where I wish I could. It's one of few cases where I'm like, okay, maybe if we had multi-finder, that would be really helpful, because then I could just pop back and forth between Mac Paint and World Builder to kind of look at things and even paste things back and forth. It would just be good to quickly check what is the pattern that's directly underneath here. Maybe let's try this one. This is so hard. What if I just draw it all by hand? No, it's even worse. Just came out yesterday. I wonder if I should not worry about doing any shading on the cat. Maybe this is all a mistake. Let's try a slightly different approach. I'm going to draw a line here, so I have an enclosed shape to fill in. And let's try this pattern. Oof. I hate the way, like, so many patterns I'm trying give me these, like, blocks of pixels where it just looks like a blob. Maybe that'll work, actually. And this is also kind of nice because I can do a little kind of fade out, although I'm not sure I actually like the way that's turning out. I was about to say that I'm genuinely surprised Unsecret Crush isn't getting for bed, but then I realized, oh, she's still playing Honkai Star Rail. So it all makes sense now.
I mean, I keep thinking about going to bed.
Oh, sure.
Gotta keep honking. It's not gonna honk itself. Oh, dailies have been finished. I'm honestly just kind of mindlessly grinding at the moment.
I think we're getting somewhere here.
And says, okay, I revised that to no sleep. I mean, there will be some sleep.
I'm doing this because I needlessly want the pattern to match up. It's fine. Okay, let's see how that looks. I think I'm gonna need to either do more work on this off stream or do more bonus streams. Maybe both. Otherwise, this is just never going to get done. I mean, we accomplished a lot today, but also we accomplished so very little in the grand scheme of things. I think that looks pretty good. Now let's see. I wish we could directly in World Builder see what that looks like in the scene, but not without a lot of like pasting things around. So easier to just open the game and cheat our way into the house. And there's our cat. Yeah. Brisket's looking great. Remember back in Stream 1 when you just whip up screen after screen? Did I do that? I feel like we only got a couple screens done on the first stream.
I want to say the first stream you got 3. You did the bus stop, you did the library, and then... Wait, did you do 4? When did we do the greenhouse?
Oh, that couldn't have been the first stream.
You did at least 3.
No, like, yeah. I think maybe what I did is the bus stop, the library, and then the front of the house. Right. But then I ended up off stream doing a lot of work to make that look much better.
Yeah.
So yeah, but definitely a problem I've had is that the more I work on this, the more I want it to actually be something I'm happy with. Because I like a lot of things about it, and I think it could be a neat little game. Like, it's not going to be a big game. It's not going to be, super. I don't know what the end of that sentence is. But it could be a neat small game, and so I've definitely had to struggle with. Wanting to spend more time on it, but doing my best to not go too overboard with things. Also, like, trying not to spend too much time, going back and redoing things that are already done. I did that a lot initially off stream, but since I've been spending more time on stream perfecting things, that hasn't been as necessary, and I've tried to just, leave things where they're at. I maybe want to put some shadows in here. Like a shadow under the table and coming off the chair would look nice. That would give more of the effect of like this lamp is lighting the room without having to do like, I was talking about concentric circles on the wall here, like we did out here. I could do that, but I don't think I want to, just because it kind of sounds like a pain. But some subtle shadows on the ground would help. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, the PDA, definitely the way that came together really has made me very happy with the way this is coming along. And there's still so much to do with it. I'm really excited to get the rest of that interface put together. I think it'll be fun. We want this room. Are you going to open source the project for community mods? So a kind of neat thing about World Builder is it's like every time I open the game to work on it, I'm opening the actual game, like the same application that I run, when I'm testing it. So it's all one thing. There is, I'm trying to think. Actually, no, even Enchanted Scepters, which is the first game that was made with this and released commercially by Silicon Beach Software, even that one, you can open it up in World Builder and look at it and, see what all the code looks like and everything. However, they have done something special so you can't modify it. Which I want to say the manual says that if you want to do something like that with your game, then you can contact them. So, I think they were kind of, keeping that as a thing you had to get their help with. But yeah, so it'll absolutely be, something folks can poke around with. I assume you were at least a little bit joking in terms of community mods, but, people will be welcome to do whatever they like with it. And, even just check out the code to see how it works. That's probably too big. I was looking at a game called Swamp Witch the other day, which is made in World Builder, and which I checked out a little bit of it. It's a shareware game, and honestly, I think I might want to stream it on Tuesday at some point. It's very goofy, but in a really great way. Or at least that was the impression I got from the tiny little bit of it I played. And also some screenshots. There's a great little toilet scene in the game, apparently, with helpful toilet monsters, which is fantastic. Honestly, like looking at it, I was like, my game's not good enough anymore. And I saw someone that was struggling with the game, and like it comes with a walkthrough in case you're having trouble, and like they couldn't understand what the walkthrough was telling them to do, and then eventually they just decided to open it in World Builder and change it so they wouldn't die at a certain point and could progress in the game. Nice. Which I thought was very funny. Is that good, or is that too dark of a shadow? Hinton says, I'm going to hack it for at least some amount of time. That's wonderful. Could do like that. That looks a little more natural, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to do one off the side of the chair here. Oh, wait. Okay. I sent too many things to the back. Just you and you. Yeah, that looks great. I'm very happy with this scene.
What would you think about putting a rug? Like a simple rug, like maybe a rectangle with a solid fill and a stripe or something around the border.
Like kind of parallel to here, like along here?
Yeah. Or even like an oval shaped one, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Just something to fill in that blank floor.
Sure. I've been trying to leave that area blank just because...
Oh, with a rug?
If you drop a random thing, it will, be in that area. Mm-hmm. And that's not necessarily a problem, but, it makes it a little easier because, then you don't have to worry about, like patterns clashing, basically.
Right.
Hello, Ellie. Great to see you.
Hi, Ellie.
Hope you're doing well. But I will try it. Let's try it. I like the idea of an... Oh, God, I moved it.
What happened?
I think I moved the window a pixel. Maybe I didn't.
Why is it possible to move the window at all?
Well, it's a feature.
Why?
Like...
Why would you want to do that?
I mean, for example, our credit screen, we wanted a small graphic window and then a nice big text window.
Sure.
And that was very useful. On A lot of games will like, yeah, they'll like rearrange things for certain screens, like your title screen or whatever. Some games will go with a completely different layout. Like Swamp Witch seemed to have like a horizontal window with a skinny text window along the bottom. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Great to have you here. Playing Honkai. Nice. I'm so far behind on my Honkai. It's just like Genshin,
Gotta honk.
which I'm also still behind on. But I did really enjoy what I played of it so far. Very fun.
You simply must honk.
The tricky thing with this rug. Oh, that's interesting.
What?
So, like, I want a real big oval, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I can't actually move the cursor beyond the bottom of the display. So I think I need to do this and then move it down. That seems like a pretty good curve to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question is, what do we fill it in with? See any patterns you like?
I was thinking like just a solid.
Black?
Sure. Well, okay, fine. When you put it like that.
Like a gray, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm liking this.
Okay.
It was worth trying. I'm gonna play around with different patterns before I completely toss it out. But we can both be behind. Nice. I haven't even left the station yet. That's how behind I am. Do any of these weird patterns work? Oh, one of these might. That's not terrible, but I think it's too much.
Yeah, I find that hard to look at.
Yeah. Honestly, I think overall the rug is drawing too much attention to itself.
Yeah.
I think that's just
Sure.
nice and simple. Geez, 1:30?
Yeah, time to be going. You are almost
Time
at
just
5.5 hours live.
Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, you're just about to leave the station. Nice. That's great. I'm very happy with this scene.
Yeah.
I think maybe you were out of the room when we talked about making it so you can click on the tail and then you will die.
Oh, okay, yeah. I heard something about interacting with the tail, but
Yes.
not the you will die. So are you gonna draw a swiping claw?
Oh, yeah. That's good. I'm going to make a note about that.
Extremely sharp, cartoonishly large claws.
Swiping claw death scene. His name was almost Booba. Yeah. Honestly, I'm shocked I didn't actually have to veto that. But perhaps because I made it clear I would.
I think you made a persuasive argument that Booba was not going to actually win the poll, even if it won the poll.
Okay, I think I did not actually move the window. It looks like it's in the same spot as the others.
What if you actually moved every window? You would never know.
It's not possible to do it once.
Well, alright then.
What was I going to do? Oh, right. I was going to go outside. Oh, the door's locked. Oh, that's another thing I was going to do is make sure our new room looks okay with all the items here. So we have a lot of cheat codes we can use, but cheat items, we'll put all our movable items into the room. Now that I've done this, I am a little bummed about the book. The perspective does not match the room, but I'm going to do my best to not think about that. It's fine. It's not that far off. And probably most people won't even drop the book because you have to type drop electrolyptus book. And there's also no reason to do it.
What do you mean it doesn't match the perspective?
It's tilted wrong.
I see.
It's kind of close-ish, but it's not right. But it's not a big deal. It's like I said, it's not way off, and most people won't ever see it in this room anyway. Okay, so the other thing I was going to do is... we have all the items now, so we can just unlock. Come on. Show me the guy. There's our guy. And if we try to get past this man too many times, we will perish.
I forgot about the little death jingle.
Yeah, that's my little jingle I recorded on our Casio VL tone. And honestly, I love it. It's great. So yeah, we'll have a scene that's a lot like this one, except instead of a hand, it'll be a paw coming up from the bottom left and swiping at you.
Is there a cat sound in the sound library?
Ooh,
Like a scary cat sound?
I believe there's one labeled Mad Cat. It might be a little too much, but maybe we could like edit it down. Let's listen to
long,
it. Yeah. That's not bad.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too long to me.
I was remembering it being a little bit longer than that.
It certainly conveys you done pissed off this cat and now you're going to die about it.
Yes, 100%. So I'll make another note here to use the Mad Cat sound. Very exciting. Yeah, the box / book has not really been fully detailed yet. Once I draw the close up of it, I'll have a better idea of what it's going to look like, and then that smaller version I'll put more detail in, so it'll look less like a box and more like a book. Okay, I think we're done for the night. I want to look at the little sweetie again. It's my favorite part. Get the toilet a flush. I'm excited to have 1077 as the pin on our little sweetie. The end. So, that's it for today. I will be continuing this a week from today. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Ooh, Hinton says I've been making pizza dough and plotting the mods I want to make. Exciting. Hey, Sonaville, great to see you. You're just in time for the end of stream. Everybody should go follow Sonavelt. Definitely some of my favorite streams on Twitch. Just been lurking. Well, great. I'm glad to have you lurking. What was I saying? In a week, we will continue. I might try to get in another bonus stream, but that's just going to be a question mark. Like if it happens, it'll be a spur of the moment thing. If it does happen, probably Sunday, but who knows? Give me a follow if you would like to be informed of that. When I've been doing, well, I've only done one World Builder bonus stream, but basically it's a little more, just slightly more laid back and just kind of trying to, fill in little details. And I've tried to keep like major decisions about the game for the Friday streams. On Tuesday, I'm going to start playing Mystery House, which I'm very excited about. The first Roberta Williams and Ken Williams game, the first Sierra Online, well, Online Systems at the time, but that company eventually became Sierra Online. And I'm excited to play it. It's an Apple II game with very low-res graphics that were drawn by Roberta Williams. They are definitely very simple, like vector drawing style, but it's definitely has a unique charm to it. And I'm excited to finally check it out. I don't really know that much about what to expect of the game, which is great. I will probably die a lot, is my guess. Silver says, I finally remember the text parser horror adventure game that I couldn't remember the name of forever ago. Hugo's House of Horrors. Strong recommend. Yeah, I have heard some other folks recommend that one. Honestly, I would have thought that you had recommended it, but I could be misremembering. I should make another note of that. Hugo's House of Horrors. All right, let's find somebody to raid. And would you like to talk about your upcoming streams on Secret Crush? Did I ever press my schedule button?
I don't know.
I don't think I did.
What is my upcoming
there it
stream? I finished the current event in Genshin, so I think that might mean that for once my schedule is not a liar. And on Monday evening, I will be returning to Nier Automata after a short break of not playing Nier Automata.
Nice. Ooh, lots of people playing Case of the Golden Idol, which I don't want spoilered, so we're not going to raid them. I think we're going to go say hello to Galara Dragon, who is doing some... she does these really neat little, it's basically physical pixel art. They're these very tiny little squares of plastic that you kind of punch down into like a thing. And she showed some examples of stuff she had done the other day, and I was really impressed. Very, very cool. Normally you shouldn't punch down, but in this case it's okay. Yes. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate y'all being here. And I think our game's coming along pretty good. I'm excited to keep doing more of this and hopefully one day finish. Have a great weekend, y'all, and we'll see you around. Bye.
Bye.